Yes. Қайырлы таң, құрметті әріптестер. Бүгінгі IFLAPARL 39-шы кездесу конференциясына қош келдіңіздер. Good morning, dear distinguished colleagues and friends and guests. My name is Толкын Жангулова. I am junior expert and acting library director of the Nazarbayev University Library. On behalf of Nazarbayev University Library, it's our great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 39th IFLAPARL satellite meeting. We're delighted to host such an esteemed gathering of parliamentary librarians, information professionals, research support experts from around the world. You're welcome to Nazarbayev University and to this IFLAPARL satellite meeting. We're happy to have you and look forward for fruitful discussions, inspiring presentations, and truly memorable experience. You're welcome again to a new library. Now I would like to introduce Ms. Caroline Nanner. She is the chair of the IFLAPARL section, and she will be first moderator of the first section of this satellite meeting. Please, Ms. Caroline, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Tolkien. Good morning, everyone, colleagues, friends. It is such a joy to see you today for the 39th satellite meeting of the IFLA section on library and research services for parliaments. It is absolutely a pleasure to see you here in Astana, the first time that our section is meeting in Kazakhstan, so it's very truly special to be here together. And we have close to, I believe, 40% of participants of our satellite meeting for whom this is the first participation to IFLAPARL, so this is actually a great news. So thank you for being here. Before I introduce our two wonderful speakers who will do the welcome address and the opening of our conference, I absolutely have to warmly thank the Nazarbayev University and the Nazarbayev University Library for welcoming us with such open arms, especially Tolkien and Piotr. You did such an amazing job. This is beyond our wildest expectations. So thank you so much. We're just so happy and over the moon with the organization here. Thank you to the lovely students who performed before, to the IT team who is here with us on their weekend, may we remind. So it's a very big commitment. So thank you for being here. So I won't take too many time. I'll just like to introduce and also thank our two speakers who will deliver the welcome address and the opening of our conference. Loretta Hodano, who is the Vice Provost for Academic Affairs of Nazarbayev University, and Vivian Lewis, who is the Division B Chair of IFLA. So thank you for being here with us. We are absolutely happy to have you with IFLAPARL today. So Mrs. O'Donnell, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you mind if I stay here and be more informal? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. And please allow me to reinforce the words of thanks to Tolkien and Piotr. You guys are amazing. Thank you very much. You've made this happen. And thank you both for inviting me as well. So my name's Loretta O'Donnell. As you heard, I'm the Vice Provost for Academic Affairs here at Nazarbayev University and acting Provost for about 5 more weeks. So we have a new Provost coming very soon. And it is my great pleasure to welcome you all here on behalf of Nazarbayev University. I understand we have 80 participants from 30 countries. Can I just have a show of hands? Who is here from Europe? I know we've got people, Portugal, the Netherlands. Okay, who's here from Europe? Who's here from Asia, East Asia, Southeast Asia? Great. Which part of Asia? Yes. East Asia, from China, Hong Kong, Republic of Korea, you're very welcome. And Japan, you're welcome. Who's here from Africa? Africa. Okay, Australia, Australasia. Okay, all right. And we have more Asian representatives at the back, is that right? Yep, where are you from? Thailand and South Asia, of course. Wherever you are from in the world, you are very, very welcome here. This conference is designed to stimulate dialogue in an age of misinformation. I think you know more than any other profession the importance of truth and legislative support in this very complex time in which we all are living. And your mission here in the Satellite Conference is very consistent with the mission we have here at Nazarbayev University. Like you and like the theme of this conference, we are training people for future-ready skills. We, like you, are very interested in the role of artificial intelligence to leverage talent, to be used as a tool for ethical and sustainable knowledge creation and knowledge sharing. Like you, we support appropriate standards in the use of AI. Our students who are just playing the Dombra out there, they will tell you that AI is out there, and students at this university and all universities will have access to it. Just so you know, here at this university, we use AI on a traffic light system, red, amber and green. Some professors say no, some professors say yes, but with guidelines, and some say yes. In the business 101 course, students have to use it. And then the reason for that is that they can use it and then critically analyse the outputs of it. Similar to you, we are very interested in developing critical thinking. And we know from a recent report in the American Digital Education Council that when graduates enter the workforce, at least in the United States, the top 2 graduate attributes that are being sought for in graduates, the second one is using artificial intelligence thoughtfully and carefully and appropriately. But the top graduate attribute American employers are looking for remains critical thinking. And I think you in your profession know how important that is, to be able to dig deeply into data, to analyse it, to interrogate it, to visualise it, to use it appropriately and wisely to leverage talent. So I just want to mention a couple of quick things about our university. This is a blatant advertisement, so if you'll give me 1 minute, I know you've got a lot to do. But at this university, we welcome students from 45 countries, most of whom are studying on full scholarship. So if you've got friends or family, uncles, aunts, children, nieces, nephews that would be interested in getting a world-class education, please have a look at our website and think about applying for some of our programs. We do have very generous scholarships. We also welcome full tuition fee paying students. So both of those are very warmly welcome. But of interest in your profession, we have a very strong graduate school in public policy. We don't have librarianship studies as such, although that might change in the future. But we have very strong School of Public Policy, and I think Riccardo Palizzo, the acting dean of that school, will be speaking to you later today, and he'll tell you a little bit about the school and the depth and breadth of the work that's being done there. We also have a School of Medicine where we have full medical program, nursing program, molecular medicine, and sports medicine. We have programs in business, including in finance, where we visit the London School of Economics. We have great programs in education, engineering and digital sciences, science and humanities, and a very, very strong focus through our Institute of Smart Systems and Artificial Intelligence on developing a large language model in the Kazakh language that's also now opening up to Turkish and other regional languages. We are a serious research university. 25% of the papers published with our professors are published with students, including undergraduate students. Every year, our undergraduate students are accepted to Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge, Arizona, Illinois, Stanford, MIT. So we really have a world-class education here. 97% of our students are from Kazakhstan and the region, but we love international students and we warmly welcome applications from everywhere in the world. We've got specific target markets, and that's why we do provide scholarships for international students to come here. So that is the end of the blatant advertising. Thank you for your patience. But I did want to just mention that our values are consistent with your values. We seek truth, we seek knowledge, we seek good governance. The motto of our School of Public Policy, as Ricardo will tell you, is good governance matters, and I know that matters to you. So I think even though we're here in Kazakhstan, in the heart of Central Asia, we share the values, whether you're from Thailand, from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Ethiopia, from South Korea. I think fundamentally we share the same values, and we're here to engage in dialogue, really contributing to a pool of shared meaning, as the quantum physicist Peter Bowen once said. So we're here to engage in dialogue and learn from each other. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you and to meet you, and I really hope you have a wonderful conference here. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Donnell. This was a very inspiring way to open our conference. Mrs. Lewis, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to use the podium because I'm quite sure if I sat down, my sheets of paper would fall on the floor, and that would not end well. And it was actually really wonderful to hear the acting provost speak from this really esteemed institution. So good morning, everyone. My name is Vivian Lewis, and I am a member of IFLA's Professional Council, and I'm the incoming chair of Division B, of which the Library and Research Services for Parliament is a key part of. In my day job, I'm the University Librarian of McMaster University in Hamilton, Canada. And it's a tremendous honor for me to bring greetings to you today from the Professional Council. First, I did want to extend a very heartfelt congratulations to the PARL section for being the proud recipient of the Dynamic Unit and Impact Award for Membership Engagement and Leadership Development earlier this week. So congratulations. As noted in the citation for the award, IFLAPARL exemplifies the core attributes associated with this award. It takes a very inclusive approach to establishing its working groups, and its membership is active across almost all regions of the world. So I'm not at all surprised to see so many regions reflected in the room this morning. And I will also say that the section is considered a very active member of the IFLA family. In fact, when I took over responsibility for Division B a few days ago, my predecessor said, "You don't need to worry about PARL." She said, "It must be their legislative focus, but their focus on regulations and protocols, but they're always so organized, so deadline focused, and they host amazing satellite meetings." So that's why we're all here today. I was also very pleased to review the program for this extraordinary two-day event. And I do believe the theme, building skills for a connected future, speaks to IFLA's core values and core mission. And here I do draw your attention to the IFLA Trend Report 2024, which flags that AI and other technologies are transforming society. And the skills and attributes needed to work in this world are increasingly complex. IFLA President and fellow Canadian, that's my plug, I guess, Leslie Weir has challenged us to be bold. And I do believe your program is definitely that. The topics, many of them are AI focused. They are really pushing the boundaries, I believe, on our profession. And I'm very impressed by the geographic breadth of your speakers and keynotes covering many of the IFLA regions. But I also did want to reflect the synergy of this program with the IFLA Continuing Professional Development Guidelines. And I do strongly encourage you to take a look at this document, which was released in 2016, but is still very relevant today. The IFLA CPD guidelines describe employee learning as a shared responsibility. And what that means is that each of us, each and every library worker, holds primary responsibility for our own professional development. But we share that responsibility with our employer, with our library schools, and with our library associations. So I'm hoping that you're going to think deeply during the next few days, not just about what specific skills and competencies you wish yourself and your employees to have today, but also how the training is being delivered, who is deciding the training that's being delivered, how it will be actually maintained over the course of time. And I do also encourage you to think about adult learning theory that suggests that staff learn best when they have some agency in what they learn and how they learn and when they learn. And that we all learn best when we have time to reflect on what we've learned, when we have an opportunity to put that learning into real life practice after completing the learning experience. And the really good news for those of us who manage budgets is that learning, massive amounts of learning do not require significant funding and international travel. We can learn from each other. We can learn from the experts that are in this room. And we can learn from the informal learning opportunities, mentorship, job shadowing, and job exchange opportunities that I'm sure many of your staff are interested in. And we learn by teaching the new skills to others. So the learning consultant that I employ in my organization has a mantra, and that mantra is learn, do, teach. Learn, do, teach. It means you learn the skill, you practice the skill, and then you teach the skill to others. And those three things will actually make your learning much deeper and more long-lasting. So I've spoken enough, and I'm very happy to turn the stage back over to our hosts. But I will have to acknowledge that I will be leaving shortly to get back to the convention center, but I do hope to be able to join you for dinner this evening. So have a wonderful conference and a wonderful day. Thanks very much, everyone. I'm going to exit right.
Thank you, Vivian, for this presentation that holds a lot of truth indeed. Learn the skill, practice the skills, and teach the skills. I think that's a great motto for our conference this weekend. So we are actually in advance of the schedule, which is great. As Vivian mentioned, we are very focused towards deadline, and we do like a good schedule as parliamentary librarians, so it is great news to know that we are a little bit ahead of the time. We are now moving on to the chair of the section presentation, so that is my honor to address you today. Before I get on with my presentation, I still have a couple of people to thank for this event. It takes a lot of dedicated people to make this happen. So first of all, again, welcome to all of you, and thank you for being here with us today. A couple of useful information for the next 2 days. If you need to access the Wi-Fi, there is a free Wi-Fi available that is NU guest, no passwords, so that is easy to access. Bathrooms are located left and left when you get out the door. If you're able to put your phones in silent mode, it's always best. And I think that's pretty much it for the useful information. Yes. They can also go back the back door. Okay, thank you, Ellie. Excellent. So there is a door that you can use right there. Thank you. So thank you also to Mrs. O'Donnell for your speech, for Vivian Lewis as well, who very nicely welcomed us and opened the conference to our participants. I also wanted to invite you as participants to engage during the next 2 days, to ask questions, to engage with other participants, because this is a truly unique community that understands the nature of your work and that can bring a lot to your professional life. So do not hesitate to speak to other participants, to ask questions, to engage with us. It is always a pleasure to take this opportunity to exchange and to collaborate. So I also have to thank the members of IFLAPARL Standing Committee who have worked so hard on this event to make it happen. Thank you for giving so much of your time to this section, or maybe say this award-winning section. I'm going to use a lot that adjective from now on. Thank you very much. So we have a couple of people that were on the official organizing committee, Martin, Dan, Ellie, Alec, and of course, my two partners in crime, Julie and Lila. Thank you for your time and effort. Special thanks to Ellie also, who's been our mentor to Kazakhstan, I would say. Thank you, Ellie, for being so great and for providing these links with everyone. I also wanted to take a little moment to thank and express my gratitude to Julie, who is actually finishing her mandate as secretary. So Julie has been the section secretary since 2021. She is now at the end of the 2 consecutive terms that IFLA allows for officers, because if there wasn't that rule, we may have kept her longer. That's a good thing, the rule, you know. So thank you, Julie, for everything that you have given to the section. And Vivian was saying how organized we are. I think that's mostly because of Julie, so to be quite frank. I also want to congratulate our new Secretary of 2025-2027, Martin Reed. And our information coordinator, Lila Theodosi, for the next term that she will carry on in 2025-2027. Another thing that I wanted to address today, I also want to take some time to acknowledge the loss of members of the community during the last year. So we have lost a contributing and very important member to the Parliamentary Library community this year, which is Steve Weiss. So many of you may have known Steve during his time at the House of Commons Library in the UK. He worked almost his entire life at the House of Commons Library, and he was the chair of the section from 2017 to 2019. So he contributed a lot to the section. He left us peacefully on the night of Tuesday, February 11, 2025. So I just wanted to say a couple of things to honor his memory and his contribution to the section. With that being said, I think I've thanked everyone, hopefully. I hope so. If not, there'll be other opportunities. I'd like to get on with the main topic of my presentation today. So, for those of you who actually here was present last year in Madrid. Okay, a couple of people. So for those of you who were there, you may remember that in Madrid I shared with you a vision for parliamentary libraries and research services that was mainly focused on the idea of getting out of our comfort zones, especially in the context that we now live in, which is deeply transformed by artificial intelligence developments. Since then, I've had multiple opportunities to see the impact of AI and to see that this vision of getting out of our comfort zone is indeed very much needed today. To give you a general idea, an example basically. So last winter, in February, at my parliamentary library, which is the Library of the National Assembly of Quebec, which is a province located in Canada, we conducted focus groups with members of political staff and parliamentarians to find out about the experience and satisfaction regarding our services. So we took this opportunity to ask the participants if they started to use AI tools and what was their AI literacy like. And there's one participant that really stunned me when he explained one experiment he did with Notebook LM. So he was watching the news on 8 p.m. on a Monday night, and he then asked Notebook to write him a summary of a documentary that he watched on that night, and then make a podcast of that summary for him to listen while he went to work the next day. And Notebook actually did this, and he said it was the most astonishing thing that he ever saw. So this, to me, showed me in a very real and very practical way that this is now our competition as librarians and research analysts, a tool that can provide information and research outputs to our clients at the moment when we are not available. Sure, the length, the writing style may not be as good as what we would do, but at the end of the day, that member of political staff actually had a research output at a time where the library and research service was closed, and he was ready to go for the next day. And most importantly, he felt that his information need was answered. So I think it's important to realize the full impact of these technologies, as we do not have the monopoly on information and research, and as there will be always a delay that exists between our work rhythm and our opening hours, and the work rhythm of political staff and parliamentarians, which are often working 24/7. So AI surely looks as a tempting option to fill this gap for our clients. There are, of course, many other examples in the last year of the capacity of the new tools that we have access to. So we now have tools that can summarize a 500-page policy report in seconds. We have tools that can compare legislative approaches across dozens of jurisdictions instantly. In France, there's a journalist that's called Benoît Raphael. He has a very interesting newsletter that's called Génération IA, which you can subscribe to very easily. And he did a bold experiment. I would say he asked ChatGPT to write him a real-world report on a topic, and he completed it in just 2 days, and the quality of the work was actually quite satisfying. So the AI tool actually synthesized vast amounts of data, but it also structured the narrative, the investigative questions, and it mimicked journalistic reasoning, which raised, of course, provocative questions about the future of authorship and editorial control. That being said, he explained in his newsletter how he did the prompt that he mastered and everything, but this was actually a quite interesting experiment to witness. We know that OpenAI released a couple of weeks ago its GPT-5 version with mixed success, but they presented it as something that actually boosts ChatGPT to PhD level, and that showcases even more advanced capabilities. It's a model that is supposed to be much more proactive than before, and that requires less knowledge in fine prompting as it was, for example, a year ago. So these developments, they mark a shift from AI as a passive tool to AI as an active collaborator, which reshapes how information is created, validated, and disseminated. Now, you may say, yes, okay, so there's that possibility, but there are still hallucinations and disinformation and bias and everything. But the thing is, AI is getting better, and this actually brings me to a very interesting reading that I would recommend you, the book Co-Intelligence, Living and Working with AI, that was published by Ethan Malik in 2024, where he stated a couple of principles when we are working with AI. And one principle that he established was, assume this is the worst AI you'll use, meaning that generative AI got better, it's getting better, and it will most probably continue to get better. This is why I believe we are living through one of the most profound shifts in the recent history of our profession. Artificial intelligence and generative AI is transforming the way information is created, discovered, evaluated, trusted. So it's really a fundamental change to the information ecosystem itself. And most importantly, it's a major transformation in our profession as well. And speaking about our profession, in May 2025, the International Labour Organization published its Generative AI in Jobs, a refined global index of occupational exposure. So globally in that report, they estimated that 1 in 4 workers are in an occupation with some generative AI exposure. And in the report, librarians and related information professionals fall into the category of occupations with moderate to high exposure. So this means that many routine or text-based tasks, such as cataloging, summarizing, responding to queries, can be supported or enhanced by generative AI. So we're talking more about augmentation rather than replacement. So rather than replacing librarians, AI is supposed to augment their work, streamlining routine processes while reinforcing the importance of human-centered, ethical, and strategic roles. So this can be seen as the new possibility for our profession, as something that can be quite positive, even exciting for our profession. Now, of course, the big question for us is, what does this transformation mean for our work? And most importantly, what skills will we need to thrive in this new reality? And fortunately, earlier this year, IFLA released a skills agenda for the IFLA Trend Report, which is a report that I think is pretty useful, pretty helpful to give us an idea of where we should start if we want to face the changes we need to face. So it was published in February 2025, and Vivian and Lucy were talking about the IFLA Trend Report, which is great because we did not call each other before the presentation. So when we say that great minds think alike, you know, the Canadian minds, yes, of course. We're going to talk a lot about Canada this weekend. Sorry, guys. So the report actually is a framework identifying the competencies that will be essential for information professionals in the coming years. And what I wanted to do with you today is to talk a little bit about the skills in that report that, in my opinion, are the most relevant to parliamentary librarians and research analysts. So the skills, they actually fall into 3 categories. We have practical skills, which refer to technical abilities that can help us make better and safer use of technology and other opportunities to achieve greater impact. We have partnership skills, which are the skills that allow us to collaborate more effectively. And we have personal development skills, which are the skills that help us to think further and more broadly, helping us to become leaders ourselves and to bring out the best in others. So, in terms of practical skills, there are, of course, in the report, many more skills than what is on my side, but 4 skills that I think are pretty important for the future. Basic programming. So basic programming, it covers the knowledge of fundamentals of coding and the possibilities that coding can offer, but it's basically knowing also basic Python, maybe R, tools that can make it possible to train a program to carry out useful tasks. So it could be simple as having access to basic programming classes for librarians, coding camps, for example. But there is a need for us to learn basic programming to be able to also analyze mass data sets. AI literacy, of course, is a skill that is, without any surprise, extremely important. And we can define AI literacy actually as the ability to understand and effectively use AI technology for relevant day-to-day tasks. So an AI literate individual would be someone able to identify the best suited AI tools for their tasks out of various available tools. So this is, of course, something that is extremely important for the future. Project management. That may come as a surprise, but we are managing a lot of projects in our careers, in our work environments, and we need to be able to know the possible roadblocks and barriers that may arise during the course of a project. We need to be able to know the components of a project plan. And information stewardship, this is actually the role that libraries can play in fighting misinformation and improving digital literacy and facilitating informed decision-making. So stewardship ensures that the resources remain credible, inclusive, accessible, all while upholding privacy and adhering to legal frameworks. So that is, of course, also a very important skill. When we look at partnership skills, advocacy, outreach, marketing, and communication, we need, of course, strategic plans. We need to be able to sell ourselves to the stakeholders, to convince them of why our work is important and why we need resources. We need also negotiation and whoops, sorry about that, went too far, whoa. There we go. We need also to have negotiation and interpersonal skills, because at the basis of our work is a human relationship. So we need to be able to interact with other human beings. Community building, collaboration, and networking. Of course, community building is a concept that is very present in public libraries, but we still are serving a community. Yeah? So we need to be able to know that community, to know how we interact with them, to collaborate with other institutions as well, to network in order to share practices, values, ideas. And it involves working across disciplines, institutions, and sectors to achieve shared goals. So that can mean also resource sharing, of course. And the last one, which may surprise you, storytelling skills. We need to be able to tell an appealing story about the work we do to stakeholders. So we need to be able to present ourselves in a light that will show our ability to meet needs and seek support. And storytelling can be a powerful way to do this. And it can help us explain even to ourselves why our work matters, and to other institutions as well. And regarding storytelling, there was actually a reading that I did recently of David Lanke's most recent book that was published in July 2025, Triptych. And he said, we must infuse optimism through action. It is not enough to say that libraries are important, or that we are a movement, or that we are foundational to learning, or democracy, or literacy, or ethical AI. We must act, and in doing so, assess and document our contribution. What replaces the industrial library with best practices and toolkits? Networks of people sharing ideas, success, and failures. We must be storytellers of our own operations and actions, and we must insist on networks of ideas and conversation instead of standards and functions. So that is something to think about also in the future of our profession. In terms of personal development skills, imagination, intuition, creativity, so this may seem as something that is less relevant to our work, but on the contrary, we need to give creative space to our teams so that they can reflect on different ways to do things, and so that they can apply imagination while supporting others in doing so. We are still a field that is marked by a strong adherence to certain ways of doing things, and that can bring a sense of passivity in the face of change. So this is why we need imagination and creativity. Lifelong learning is, of course, not a surprise again. We know that learning cannot stop when formal education ends, so we need to continue to develop knowledge and skills throughout our careers. And it is essential if we want to be able to see the opportunities that are created by technology and the new trends that we live in. Futures thinking, that means basically looking to the future while keeping our past in mind. We can learn from our history and how we have reached the present to make decisions and reach a desirable future. So futures thinking, it doesn't mean predicting the future, of course, but it's really creating an awareness of the trends that are around us, assessing our growing needs based on these trends, and developing a way to reach a future in which we have incorporated the trends. And it's also about learning to work with the uncertainty that we will inevitably face in the future. And the last skill that we have here, data-driven decision-making. This is actually making decisions that is based on data that we have, and the use of data to make decisions that will have an impact on the way we tailor services, enhance resources, and address the changing needs of the communities that we support. So that being said, those are the few skills that are mostly, in my opinion, relevant to our profession. And now, how can IFLAPARL contribute to this framework? I think IFLAPARL fits into this by, first of all, creating a space of collaboration. And we can see it this morning. We are all here together to exchange and to learn and to grow together. So, especially in the artificial intelligence era, I think collaboration is even more crucial because no single parliamentary library, no matter how well-resourced, can master all the tools, can address all the challenges, or seize all the opportunities alone. So I think that through IFLAPARL, we can collaborate to learn and to solve problems, but also to anticipate them. Innovation is also how we can help with our community. So we all know innovation is a bit of a buzzword, something that is often invoked but rarely defined. For me, innovation basically means rethinking how we serve our clients. It means creating new service models that anticipate needs rather than just meeting them. It means developing new forms of training to equip our teams with digital literacy, AI literacy. It also means having the courage to experiment, to try new approaches, new mindsets, even if sometimes it means failing. It means also being able to rise to the expectations of our clients instead of managing expectations. Above all, I think innovation is a mindset, so it's not just a one-off project, it's really a continuous way of working. And I think that when we share our experiences, our practices, our case studies of how we put these skills to use, these innovations, we are actually building skills for the whole community. Yeah? This is what I hope you will achieve in the next 2 days. You will have opportunities to explore all these things in depth and to connect them to your own work. And I hope you will be able to take that opportunity because we have a great program planned for the next 2 days. So we will have a session by our host institution where you will gain insight into the unique approach and the challenges they face. We have a session that will be planned on practices and innovations in different parliamentary settings, so that will give you inspiring examples of creative solutions from colleagues around the world. We have tomorrow morning our AI workshop, so you will be able to get hands-on experience with tools and strategies to integrate AI into your workflows, hopefully. And we also have tomorrow afternoon our open standing committee meeting. So this is an important occasion where we will ask you for your help in assessing IFLAPARL's priorities for the 2025-2027 term. So this is your chance also to help shape the direction of the section. And we will have a closing panel on building skills. So roundtable presentations and discussion on skills building in parliamentary libraries and research services. So I really encourage you to take full advantage of these opportunities to bring your questions, to share your experiences, challenge your assumptions, and perhaps even to commit to taking at least one idea or one skill back to your parliamentary setting. Last year I said that we needed to get out of our comfort zone. I think this is even more true today, and I think that this year we need to talk about how we will acquire new skills, because the pace of change demands that we learn, that we adapt, that we act together. And I too had a reference to Leslie Veer's new presidential theme, "Be bold." We really, then again, Canadian, so yeah, again, sorry guys. So, as Leslie Veer defined it as her presidential theme, I do think we need to be bold. I know that there are a lot of changes that are coming that can be seen as nerve-wracking, stressful, but they can also be extremely exciting. Yeah? And to conclude, I also wanted to share with you a quote from another of the reading over the summer. Mr. O'Reilly's most recent book, Nexus, a history of information networks from the Stone Age to AI, where he speaks about change. And he says, "As an historian, I do believe in the possibility of change. One of the chief lessons of history is that many of the things we consider natural and eternal are in fact man-made and mutable. Every old thing was once new, And the only constant of history is change. So let's meet this new context with optimism. The tools may be changing, the landscape may be shifting, but our mission, which is to support informed decision-making, to uphold neutrality and rigor, and to serve our parliaments with excellence, remains as vital as ever. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very inspiring and productive 39th IFLAPARL satellite meeting. Thank you. So, off to the rest of the program. We will now have a group photo. Yes, so don't go anywhere because we're taking a group picture of us. Where's Token? I lost Token. Exactly, here, perfect. And we probably, hi Token. So, the way we were thinking about doing this is just everyone standing and trying to regroup, and then we'll take a picture. Does that sound about right? Okay, let's do it. So, so we will now have a sponsored session, actually. We have a sponsor coffee break by Wiley, so we invite you to take a coffee and enjoy and network with other people. We will have also poster presentations that you can look through. And yes. Oh, we have the presentation now. Oh, my apologies. And then, okay. My apologies. We have first a presentation by our sponsor, which is the Wiley company, which will be around 15 minutes. And then we will have the possibility of having a coffee break to discuss it, to discuss the different first round of presentations. So I invite you to get back to your seats, and we will proceed with the presentation from Wiley, our sponsor. nice to meet
Nice
you.
too.
Very
How are you
good.
doing?
Very
Good?
good.
Thank
Thank
you
you
so
to
much.
be here.
Thank you so much.
Do you mind if I just introduce you?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, Ali Abu Shawar.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. So if everyone could go back to their seat. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
We have a clicker here.
So
We are good to go. Perfect. So I would like to introduce you to our sponsor, Wiley. Thank you for being here. So, Mr. Ali Bouchara, the floor is yours. Thank you.
thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank you for inviting us to present the AI in publishing in this brilliant conference. And you can hear me, yes? So, of course, I would like to thank also Nazarbayev University for this organization, the perfect organization. I have long presentation, but I will run it away as quick as I can. So I will not bother you in the weekend, and I know you will have travels, maybe today or tomorrow. So thank you for joining us for this journey. So today we'll talk about the current trends in librarianship and publishing, open access and artificial intelligence. As you know, the AI, it's become more and more in our lives, and we need to have a control as a Wiley, as a publisher, not only Wiley, but all publishers have controlling the AI, the ethics of AI, the integrity of AI in publishing, what the author should be know, what. Thank you. So yeah, this is better. So I will start my presentation with AI in publishing. So sorry, I did the presentation in English and Russian, so I thought it would be mixed. So it's my mistake. So, but the speech will be in English language. So we will run about Wiley. As you know, Wiley is an American publishing with over 200 years in the market. It was established in 18th century in New York by Charles Wiley. And as you know, we have more than 2,000 journals. We have 27,000 online books and current protocols, encyclopedias. So it's a wide range of content. We have it in Wiley. This is of some subject areas, so we are covering all subject areas. So this is just a small and quick introduction to Wiley. So, we are going now to talk about the key definitions in publishing. In this slide, we will explore some key concepts related to open science and AI. Let's define by what does it mean open access, open data, and open science, and artificial intelligence. As you know, open access is the practice to providing free, unrestricted access to research articles. This means that anyone can read, download, copy, distribute, print, or link the full text of the articles or with any barriers. The open data is data that can be freely used, reused, and distributed by anyone at most to the requirements to attribute and share links. Open science is a broader set of principles that includes open access, open data, and open method. So we will talk about AI later on with more details. So just AI, it's artificial intelligence. It is the theory and development of computer system able to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence. And as you know, as you know, the AI, it was run early in 20 or more than with our calculators, computers, so it's AI tools. But the generative AI tools where we need to talk more and to get deep in dive in the AI, generative AI. So this is formula, it's what we are run of open science. So when open science, it's equal the open outputs and open infrastructure times culture change. This formula reflects our commitment to making research, data publishing, and software accessible to everyone by using platform and standards. However, we also recognize that open science requires a shift in the values, practice, and behaviors of the research community. Thank you. So open access, as you know, that open access, while offering more than 600 journals open access, and more than 90% of subscription journals offer an open A options. Through our transformational agreement, research benefits from access to the million of articles their subscription previously paid for, way with also funding their open access publishing. So as you see in this slide, why open access is more benefits? Because we can download, the downloads of per article is more than 3 times. For the citations become more time more, and the Almetrics, it's more than 4.5 times more the subscription articles. Okay, open data. So the open data is the practice of making research data findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable by FAIR. This means that the researcher can share their data with others who can then analyze, reuse, and build on their findings. While we support open data by providing different policy types across its portfolio of journals. These policies range from encouraging to mandating data sharing. We currently have around more than 1,000 journals that expect data sharing and more than 100 journals that mandate data sharing. So in this slide, we will talk about open practice and focusing on transparency and collaboration. By increasing transparency at the very stage of the publishing process, we help to build trust. How we can do this? So while you publish more than 100 journals which offer the registered report article format, the articles allow proposed study methodologies to be peer-reviewed before the research takes place and data is collected. So we also, some of journals are involved in our transparent peer review initiative, meaning that if an article published, the peer reviewers reports authors, response, and editors' discussion decisions are published alongside the article. So we will talk about the impact of artificial intelligence on librarians and authors. So let's now dive into the profound impact of AI on libraries and authors. So in this slide, as you know, the artificial intelligence, as the previous lady mentioned, it's a machines preventing, synthesizing, and inferring information. Traditionally, AI, it's designed to respond to the set of input to perform a specific task by relaying and expect rules, like a voice assistant, Siri, Alexa, etc. The generative AI, it's capable of creating something new, as you know, as like ChatGPT, Gemini, and hundreds of these platforms. Tool, as you use them for an object that helps you accomplish a task. So important question. So you need to check which AI tools you are using for your publishing, for your editing, for writing, or whatever you need to do with these tools. As you know, how we can open this? So we have 3 or 100 tools, so you need to check the right tools to use it. So artificial intelligence and science research tools and policy. So I will not talk about ChatGPT because a lot of us talk about the ChatGPT. So, but the ChatGPT was launched 2022 in November and become one of the most important and fast growing AI tools. So before checking any AI tools, you should to go in the policy of those AI tools. How I can use it, what I need to do, why I need to use this, etc. for all this information. So, and one of the most important things that AI tools can make mistakes and hallucination, but it's become more and more. So as you see here, ChatGPT can make mistakes, check important info. This is by ChatGPT itself. So here, search tools assisted by large language models. So as you know, we have hundreds of those AI tools. So I will not dive into each one. So, but you can see that we have, it's not seen, we have, sorry. We have SciSpace, we have Illustrate, we have Conscientious, Site Assistant, and Chat PDF, High Science, and Grammarly. So all of these LLM AI tools can be used. And in Wiley, we are also recommend to check again the editors. We have contribution and collaboration with Perplexity, we have with Potato.ai, we have some of those AI tools where we can contribute and working with them. As you see, this is the deal, some of those AI, Stable Diffusion, Canava AI, we have Copilot, we have Google Gemini, and Rabbit. So we can see here Potato, we can see Illustrate, Chat PDF, and many more and more. So I recommend that you should go to Wiley Ethical Guidelines to check all of this important information. Okay, so let's proceed with the ethics of AI. So AI tools cannot meet the requirements for authorship as they cannot take responsibility for the subject of work. And when legal initiatives, they cannot assist the presence or absence of conflicts of interest of well-managed copyright and license agreement. This is by Commission on Publication Ethics, by COP. So this is very important also to go to the COP website and check all of this information and details. And here we will see the risk with the uses of AI. So as you know, we have a lot of risk. Some of them going for accuracy, cost, and privacy, and bias, and user adoption, training, and maintenance. Just quick to check the accuracy, for example, while AI technology have advanced significantly, there is always a risk of errors or incursions in the algorithm and data model. The cost implementing AI technology can be significant investment, particularly for smaller libraries with limited resources. Privacy, AI relies on collecting and analyzing user data to improve its performance. So this is for some of the risks where we should be really take care of them. So in conclusion, while AI has the potential to greatly enhance library service, it is crucial for libraries to approach its implementation with caution by carefully considering and addressing the risks associated with AI. Library can harness its benefits while maintaining their core values and principles. A thoughtful and strategic approach will enable libraries to leverage AI technology, effectively providing improved services. So here, the 5 flawed tests in considering any AI tools. Look at limitation, ownership, the copyright issue, can I reuse the product, or could I run into any copyright infringement problems? The confidentiality, so will I inadvertently disclose confidential information? Could I put my work in danger of being scoped? Is my data protected? The accuracy, and also the disclosure. So this is the 5 tests considering any tools, AI tools you should use. Moving forward. So the role of generative AI. So as you know, all publishers now working in AI. What Wiley doing? What Wiley position? So any use of AI-generated content tools in the manuscript, such as ChatGPT, Gemini, etc., need to be cited in the manuscript, and its use need to be clearly described. The tools you are used to fix spelling, grammar, editing, or any other services. So you should so the AI tools, if you use, it should be cited, including the scientific, the section where those tools were used and the content generated. So again, this is our Wiley ethical guidelines, because we are now prepared a lot of AI tools for authors, for publishers, for early career researchers, where they really can find a lot of information about AI tools, how I can use it, where I can use it, and why I need to use the AI tool. So generative AI tools, the traditional one, allowed to do not need disclosure. The generative AI for text like GPT or Copilot must be disclosed in the manuscript, as I mentioned before. And this is Wiley AI principles. So if you need to check more details about Wiley AI tools and platforms for researchers, for authors, for publishers, and for early career researchers, please visit the Wiley AI principles, and you will get more details. If you need anything, you can contact Wiley direct. I would like to thank you again. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. Thank you for your listening, for your time, and see you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ali, for this very interesting presentation, and many thanks to Wiley again for being the sponsor of our events. We now have some time for a coffee break, which is sponsored by Wiley. So we invite you to have a coffee, network, speak with your colleagues. We have also poster presentations, great posters from Nazarbayev University, from our colleagues from the Parliament of Portugal as well. So please have a moment to check the posters and discuss with their authors. We ask you to be back for noon, as we will have our keynote presentations then. But apart from that, enjoy your coffee break. Thank you.
it's on. So, and it's here.
Can it go in the hole?
Yeah. Right there.
Maybe even. Looks like some noise from there.
Ah, okay. That goes to use now.
You know what? I don't need it. I don't need, we'll just use this one.
I mean,
Because I'm not gonna speak, I'll go up there to introduce people anyway.
okay. Try to mix a small condiments. Let's transferring one by one.
Yep, I'm gonna go. Oh, maybe four. Yes. Tell us, I'd like to do that. Yeah. Okay. Presente, credo, já percebi.
Shall we go ahead? All right, so we will resume the conference. I hope everyone had a good coffee break. Many thanks to Wiley again for providing this gorgeous food and beverages. So this morning I thanked our host, the Nazarbayev University Library. I said thank you in English and I forgot the most important way to say it, which is Yavin Rakmet. My apologies for the state of my Kazakh, but thank you again very much for welcoming us. I also forgot to thank two very important people, our keynote speakers today. It is a pleasure to have you here, Albina Tortbayeva and Ricardo Peliso. So thank you for delivering our keynote speech today. And I will now leave the floor to Ellie Valentine, who will be our moderator for this session.
Thank you, Caroline. Rahmet. Okay. So it's really a pleasure for me to introduce to you the first of our two keynote speakers. Albina Tortbayeva is my colleague and my friend. From my previous work with the USAID project in Kazakhstan, which unfortunately was not with Parliament. It was, in fact, a project, a 5-country project called Safe Migration in Central Asia. And we worked together with nonprofit NGOs, the government, and media to prevent human trafficking and labor exploitation in Central Asia. And that project, unfortunately, was just curtailed in January of this year. But I was happy to note that our local partners have all been in touch with me when I came back to Kazakhstan, and they're still very much engaged in that effort. And very, very happy to hear that. What I learned from working with Albina was that she, personally, was devoted to the concepts of applied research. She's the founder of our lab. It's an NGO, and she'll explain to you that this is a Central Asian community of researchers. It's really, it's interesting because I think the concept of applied research is very new for Kazakhstan and the other Central Asian countries. So I'm really going to leave the introductions there because Albina's biography is an essential part of the story of the formation of our lab. And it also shows her development path and how she has taken advantage of many opportunities and how those have contributed to her passion for research and analysis. So I'm happy to introduce Albina Tortbayeva to present the first of two keynote addresses, The Processes and Challenges in Preparing Research for Policymakers in Central Asia, the Experience of a Local Community of Researchers.
Thank you, Ellie. Welcome everyone to Kazakhstan. I am from Almaty, maybe someone knows Almaty. It's greener, there's mountain, but Astana is also my love for the last 2 years because it's fresh, new. I feel like this way. It's a city where you should work and study. You're not distracted by mountains, sitting in cafe on streets. You will be blown away. At winter, it's like Dubai in winter, but we are surviving. So welcome. I think you're enjoying this week in our country, and we are very happy to have you. And thanks for Nazarbayev University for making this happen, and Ellie and the team. So as Ellie said, my name is Albina, and I'm how to introduce myself. I'm very modest. So 7 years ago, I was sitting at home. I was so unhappy. It was winter because I just enrolled into master degree for scholarship. All my life I studied for free, by the way. Thanks to education, I could develop personally, professionally in my life. So I'm supporting education for everyone, especially women and girls, because it changes your life. And I was sitting, I couldn't write my master dissertation because I wasn't taught to. How? At bachelor, we didn't write. And I learned from my friends that they just buy dissertations, purchase, bribery of the record. I said, I don't want to. I want to learn myself. I'm curious. So maybe I should do something. It was only Facebook at that time. I had 7 or 10 friends who were, like my local network, who were studying abroad, doing something, always, on exchange programs with US, UK. So I added them and I called this IFLAP, Art of Research Lab. Don't ask me why I was thinking about this title. I thought it's funny. It's like lab, we can experiment, art of research. For me, research is art. I love art, by the way. So in Astana, I recommend you to see National Museum. We have our art galleries. Eli can recommend, I think, few spots for someone who stays. So it was for me Art of Research Lab 7 years ago. And I thought I was so shaking when I added people, because it's always when you create something new, you think no one will support you. Imposter syndrome. But now we have 700 people. And our lab is not Facebook group anymore. It's NGO since like 2 years. So it just started from this, and we decided, let's learn research together. Let's make it fun. So that's how it started. But before, after that, my journey took me to international development, where we met with Eli, my amazing colleagues. I worked for donor-funded projects in all fields. CV, migration, education, youth. I made career from assistant to country coordinator, and then left this job to pursue my education in UK. I got scholarship to study at UCL thanks to Chevening. Maybe people do know this scholarship, Chevening? Yeah. So that changed my career. I became not local, but global speaker. I was invited to be youth advisor to USAID projects, and one day I woke up famous when Samantha Power tweeted about me. She said, "Oh, Kazakh youth, so great. We hosted this USAID education conference," and everyone started subscribing to me. So thanks to my education, I became from local to global. Okay, so our lab is mainly women-led. I don't know why, but all my community, 90% are women, researchers in social sciences, while in Central Asia, it's actually difficult. And it's just text for you if someone likes reading text. You'll have slides later. So I just wanted to say that since that time, we didn't have any money, nothing. We had no funding for our lab, I mean. So we approached American Commerce. We started to do research talks, like TED Talks. For anyone, I didn't want to study research alone. I like when people together, study, collaborate. I believe in community. And so we did skills days with universities. We didn't want to be affiliated with universities, to be honest. We were not registered, and it was so hard when you are not registered community to get funding, to get, data access, because you're no one. You're just a group of people. And we started collaborating thanks to my network with American NGOs, and this helped us to launch Central Asian Young Researchers Fellowships. It was for Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, Tajikistan in Russian, and we taught, our members were mentors. We taught more than 100 people who are very just starting research, grassroots, 3 things: research design, policy brief writing, advocacy. And we found that academics, they don't know how to do policy, and activists, they didn't know research. So we just put them in one team. That was interesting, actually, an innovative model. So we produced more than 50 policy briefs on climate change, inclusive education, in Russian, in local languages. We translated them. So we did this. And it really worked out. Maybe someone will be interested in launching such fellowships, research one. for policymakers. Okay, that was small intro. Now I would like to show you some trends in Central Asia, what's happening in research. Actually, our region, unfortunately, we have low we have chronic underinvestment in research. When I mean this, I mean that GDP share is very low spent on R&D, which is very undermining innovation, of course. And while I found this interesting information, anyways, we are surviving. So our research output is actually growing in Kazakhstan. Thanks to universities like Nazarbayev University, thanks to scholars who returned like me to country. We have Bolshak scholarship, you study for free and you come back. So they are doing co-authorship. We are trying to do something as young scholars who came back to their country. But only 20% of publication involve international co-authorship. This is not only for Central Asia, this is, I think, for many developing countries, right? That our policies are not informed by data. This can be due to different reasons. I talked to my members before I came here, so this is a voice of grassroots researchers communities, what they think, right? Because other data you can find online. So they tell me like, yes, Albina, we have University Central Asia doing some training for policymakers, donors doing some, many projects that builds capacity building of researchers, but we need more help. And actually why I think, why I'm talking about women today and young people, because our region is quite young. And these people will be dealing with policy making here in 5-10 years. And Kazakhstan is the same. And the women are also like 50% of population, regionally and nationally. So we have some challenges which can be said like this in short. We have fragmented researcher communities. Researchers complain that there is no mechanism for researcher to kind of share their data with policymakers in either way. Yes, we have digital transformation. We have platforms you can put your inquiry about your healthcare issues, yeah, access to, I don't know, police, but this is needed, like some platform. Also, they say that we have donor projects, but they don't adapt to local needs. Sometimes I worked in education, we tried to bring German dual model to Kazakhstan, and sometimes it didn't work. So you need to localize, you need to do it, you need to think about cultural context, right? There are so many things which you need to take into consideration when you bring international expertise. Okay, so we have problems with sustainability. I saw it in development. When we give funding to NGO, after funding stops, what happens? Yes, action stops. And I was curious, that's why I did my master in the UK. Like, I wanted to explore why people want to help, these people need it here. So where's sustainability? And also, there is capacity building in monitoring, evaluation. I worked many years as a male consultant for UNICEF, USAID. That was a pain. People don't know how to track data and how to incorporate findings into practice. So they just do the project, annual or final report is done, we're great. Okay. But not all projects, but this is a common challenge. Also, we have problem that if you are not registered researcher or community, you cannot apply for any funding or you cannot access some government data. You need some affiliation. But if this person doesn't want to or doesn't have in their village, what she should do? And we need to build skills in policy communication, which I found out in my work with researchers. They are very smart, great, but they don't know how to give interviews. They don't know how to translate policy in easy words, so it will be covered in media, yeah, like maybe storytelling. So they cannot present it in new way, but we're teaching them. And we need support NGOs like IFLAPARL, so we can maybe collaborate with your NGOs of young researchers. Because NGOs are usually considered here as doing projects, but not research. So maybe we are combo of think tank and NGO. So I want more such organizations globally to collaborate. And that's all. I think this is my contacts. You can drop me a message. At the moment, I'm running consultancy. I'm helping young people get scholarships abroad. I help more than 100 people to secure funding. And it's really, each scholarship, it's one person's life. And I have 90% of women. I don't know why, but each educated woman, researcher, it doesn't matter. It's really changed to whole her family, children, yeah. So thanks for having me today. I tried to be short.
Perfect. I am on time. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you so much, Albina. That was inspiring, as I thought it might be. And I was looking at faces, and I know that people will have lots of questions and opportunities to engage with you through the day today, if not during the session. So our second keynote speaker is from Nazarbayev University, professor of the Graduate School of Public Policy at Nazarbayev University and also the acting dean of that school. Dr. Ricardo Polizzo is an internationally recognized political development specialist. His research focuses on the issues of political development, institutional reform, and institutional performance in developing countries. After designing measures and benchmarks for assessing Parliament's capacity and performance, he is currently devising several diagnostic tools to measure political stability and other dimensions of good governance. Dr. Polizzo is the associate editor of Politics and Policy. He's the recipient of several fellowships and scholarships and competitive grants and awards. He's authored 7 monographs, more than 50 peer review articles and edited volumes, and I think also a recent recipient of a very prestigious award from Kazakhstan for his research. His studies have appeared in many and has been translated into 11 languages, so you might want to check if one of them is yours. And in addition to keeping this active research agenda, he has engaged in academic and non-academic audiences in 25 countries. Let me just say, he's got a breadth of experience, okay? We've requested Dr. Polizzo to comment for us on the current state of parliamentarism in Kazakhstan and the use of evidence for decision-making, legislation, and oversight. Dr. Polizzo.
I don't know what to say. The presentation was too good. I was thinking, what's she talking about? With this wonderful person. So thank you very much for your kind words. It's a pleasure to be here. I didn't know exactly what I was asked to do here. And so I prepared a presentation that is a few slides about parliamentary libraries. The reason why I did it is because when I was younger and thinner, I was working with some colleagues of the World Bank, and we were interested in parliamentary oversight. Parliamentary oversight for us was very, very important because one of the key problems that most of you are aware of around the world is that there are poor level of good governance. A poor level of good governance doesn't mean the government is not functioning well. It means it's a barrier for making progress along the developmental path. All the work from Susan Rose Ackerman to Daniel Kaufman to Stepeners and myself has consistently shown that countries in which you have higher quality of government or better governance, same thing, no matter how you measure it, and no matter how you measure development, there's consistently a strong relationship between better governance and better results in terms of socioeconomic development, which is why, Stepeners and I were talking about the dividends of good governance. You improve the quality and the function of your government, you're going to work better. Why does it work better? So to promote good governance, what we were interested in was not so much the design of legislation, which is actually also important, requires evidence-based and information and analysis and so forth and so on. We were interested predominantly in the legislative oversight. So we were working on what tools are at the disposal of parliaments. We did a working paper, World Bank research working paper called Tools for Parliamentary Oversight in 2004. And then later on, we tried to understand what is the distribution of these tools? How do they vary across political regimes? How do they vary across levels of democracy? And what we found, how do they vary across forms of government? And what we found is that, unsurprisingly, parliaments that are better equipped to do their oversight function tend to be in parliamentary system instead of being in presidential system. They tend to be in countries that are a little bit more democratic. No surprise there if a country is not perfectly democratic or is non-democratic at all. Obviously, the government doesn't want to be scrutinized. It doesn't want the parliament to ask too many difficult questions to which the government doesn't want to provide an answer. And we also found that, you know, richer countries also tended to have a greater oversight capacity. We're building on that line of work in 2011, but the book is credited for 2012. It was republished in 2014. Steppeners and I published a book called Parliamentary Oversight Tool. In addition, where in addition to checking the newly collected data by the Interparliamentary Union on the type of oversight tools at the disposal of legislature, we were looking at whether and how the availability of tools and Parliament willingness or ability to use those tools effectively will impact the quality of government, quality of democracy, and the ability to curb corruption around the world. And what we found, unsurprisingly, is that, you know, more importantly than having several oversight tools at your disposal, which means parliamentary questions, interpellation, motion of censures, and so forth and so on, was actually the willingness to use these tools. One of the problems the parliaments, you know, and so then we went on to write in the Journal of Legislative Studies an article on the importance of political will using evidence on oversight of military and security things, predominantly in West Africa. The key problem is that for a parliament to do its job, parliament needs information. You know, we have long been aware of the fact that there's a knowledge asymmetry or information asymmetry between the executive branch of the government and the parliament, and therefore even if you submit bills to parliament for approval, you know very well the process, you know, government or parliamentarians draft a bill, they bring it to parliament, they put it on the speaker or chair. The bill is then sent to the various committees, is reviewed, sent back, approved, or rejected or amended, whatever the case may be. But the bottom line is that to do that effectively, you need to know what you're talking about. And most parliamentarians are asked to make an informed decision on hundreds of pieces of legislation that are approved on a yearly basis, and they cannot possibly have that kind of knowledge. None of us has that kind of knowledge. Therefore, you need to rely on information. Where do you get the information? Well, usually, you know, or so we thought in a piece that we did, and that came out as a World Bank Institute research working paper or something along those lines on the parliamentary sources of information. We said, well, the basic source of information is parliamentary libraries. And so we said, okay, what are the characteristics of these libraries? It was like, well, some of them are big, some of them are small, they have a larger collection, smaller collections, they might buy more periodicals, they buy more paper or fewer, they have staff and they have research staff. That's very crucial because in the absence of independent and reliable information, you cannot question the government. So the performance of a foresight or oversight function becomes completely meaningless. You know, in the United States, the budget originally was designed by Parliament. Then to put the budget together was too complicated, so the authority to draft the budget was given to the President's office. And then which is the only bill that the president can actually introduce in the United States. And the parliament, the Congress actually in the United States, needs to have the information, to have independent, objective information to actually make an informed decision as to whether those budget estimates are good, bad, or could be improved. That applies everywhere. So, you know, parliamentary libraries are important, parliamentary institutes are important. In the United States, they also have the Congressional Budget Office that specifically on the budget provides information to Congress people as to what the budget looks like or what should look like. And that's very important. You know, the key point that any public policy person will tell you is that the best policy are evidence-based. So the government can have some evidence that might justify introducing a certain bill and getting that bill approved and converted into a proper law. But the parliament, to make sure that our governance structure or processes work the way they should, needs to have the information to actually go and check whether those things are important. And so public policy cycle usually begins with the fact that we have a problem, policy problem, whatever that may be. We look at policy options, we end up adopting one policy, we implement that policy, and then we need to monitor or evaluate whether that policy has been properly implemented, which means did it produce the results for which it was introduced? And if you want to talk the language of public account committees, on which I spent a good 10 years or more of my life, you want to know whether the money that you're spending implementing the budget is spent efficiently, effectively, and economically. Are you achieving what you want to get? Could you have achieved more spending less? Was this the best option you could have adopted? These are the questions that we need to ask. In the absence of information, this answer cannot be gathered, and so that prevents parliaments from doing their, and parliamentarians from doing their job. And that's why, to cut a long story short, excuse me? So let me get there. So this is the general picture. Information is important. Parliamentary libraries are very important to provide that information. Here, like in every other country in the world, parliamentarians do need information. And also here we had some significant political reforms over the years. In 2015, 2016, we had 100 concrete steps that reformed the public sector. Then we had constitutional reforms that transferred some of the presidential powers to parliament and to the prime minister's office. Then with the election of the new president, we had further constitutional reforms that, for example, made it allowed for the simplification of the regulation for parties to compete in the elections. So they made the political system more competitive. That's why in the last election, more parties than ever before, or than the previous 30 years, were able to compete, and so forth and so on. Parliament needs information. It needs information even here. So, I was checking some of the bills that were, yes, they were being considered over the summer. So some legislation was on the law to combat corruption, codes of subsoil and subsoil usage. There was a piece of legislation being considered on gender-based violence and personal security. And then one on reclassification of land, and also there was some interest in understanding something about amnesty procedure for individuals who had previously received a death sentence. And so basically parliamentarians were tasking their staff members to go and see what was the comparative legislation on this topic, so we can say what are, forgive me for the bad words, the best practice that we can actually be inspired by to draft our own legislation here. An alternative method that I know the Senate is using to gather information on pieces of legislation that it would want to consider or introduce eventually is that the Senate has established under the leadership of the current president of the Senate, the School of Analytics. And so a certain number, I don't remember how many, young people in the country are brought together, they're brought to Astana for several weekends to be part of some training, some of which is provided by my colleagues here in the Graduate School of Public Policy. And at the end of the training period, these students in teams are expected to produce a 20, 30-page policy brief or policy analysis to actually provide information on specific policy proposals, so that when this legislation or some legislative proposal come to the attention of the Senate is actually able to rely on this information and make more informed decision. So that part is done. What is, I think, could be improved in the country is the provision of information to parliamentarians to perform their oversight function, a function that is very dear to me, and I think it could be done a little bit better. I think I'm over time. I stop here, but I'm happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Thank you to both of our speakers, and I just want to say, lesson learned, guys. More than 30 minutes for keynote speeches. Okay, next time. I'm sure that we have our organizational questions regarding how we're going to divide for
Do we have 2 minutes? If there are any quick questions from the audience for either of our speakers? I think, Albina, you're with us all day today, yes? And Professor Paliza, are you? Nope, okay. So if you have questions for Professor Paliza, that you need to get them at the end of the session as we break for lunch. But I'd like to, one more round of applause, please, for our speakers.
Thank you, Eleanor. So I would like to announce that now will be lunch break from 12:30 p.m. until 2 p.m. And you have chance to attend our library tours. It will be from 12:30 and 1 p.m. and from 1:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. Yeah. So also in front of our
30s are smiles.
okay.
12:30s are smiles. Okay, so you're in the first group. If you have a smile on your badge, you're going first for the library tour and then getting your lunch.
Yeah, and my colleagues Gulnur and Asim will provide you this tour. And in front of our library, we have very great coffee shops where you can get foods and drinks.
The second group, where should they be at 1:30? Where should they be when
Yeah,
they
you
come
can
back from lunch?
announce,
But where should they be start the tour?
Okay, so the hearts, after you've had your lunch, then be back here at the registration desk to start the tour. Okay?
So Gulnur and Asim waiting you for library tours. Please join.
You're looking for people to park a smile now, and at 1:30 with hearts. Okay?
Скажите, пожалуйста, скажите коллега приехал. Хорошо, как это вам удобно, да, свое вам время. Вы, вообще, это большая работа, вы делаете. Спасибо. Да, это очень классно.
Oh, indeed. Hi. I'm Dan Forward from the Netherlands, from the Standing Committee for. I wanted to give you this thanks for organizing everything and for helping. I am. So thank you.
Yeah, welcome. It's really a short one because they are really big. Okay. You're almost welcome. I'm talking tomorrow evening time, but I would want to. Yeah, really we have people to realize what. Yeah, oh, thank you so much. Really pleasure to hear you. Yeah, you are most really a wonderful. This is why we are talking about open access, that open science to support you. Oh, thank you so much. So I will just come tomorrow and go to the door. This is we are to really library and library. Thank you so much. Спасибо вам большое. Спасибо.
But you should get photos of that. Let me take your picture. Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah. One, two, three. Yes. One more. Yeah. So I don't have the exit sign. I don't like portraits of bottles, and I don't like the exit sign.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you very much. You know the finding.
Thank you.
So somewhere in the picture, you know, let me know. Thank you. Okay, class. Кажется, мы пойдем, но завтра я постараюсь с утром прийти, да, реально посмотреть, как мы можем попасть на интернет.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
У нас сотрудничает, он пришел к нам в Лондон.
Анара, мен телефон сізде ғой, иә? Мен телефон сізде ғой, иә? А, все. Жоғалтып алмаңыз.
Не прощаюсь.
Да,
Вам и товар. Давайте.
До свидания. Спасибо еще раз
Это вам
за
спасибо.
поддержку.
Professor, thank you so much. Pleasure.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. First, Okay, all right. No worries. It was a pleasure. I hope one day to come to Angola. Okay. I've never been there, It's probably the only part of Africa where I have not been, because I've been West Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, never been to your parts of the continent. So, I hope that one day I have a chance to come and visit. Okay. All right? Yeah. Enjoy your stay and please be in touch. Yeah, thanks. Bye-bye. Now, we let me through, man.
Я должна свою презентацию сюда, Саш? Моя презентация там есть?
No, I'm just the moderator. Yeah, I'm just the lowly moderator.
Большая вперед, маленькая назад.
Abdomen. I think you said it should
Ты можешь быть не привязана к трибуне, ты можешь просто встать и около света. Ты можешь делать то, что хочешь. У тебя только на свет.
Oh, that's right.
Не кормит? Чего нашел?
Oh, so you're. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome back. I hope you all had a good lunch and you enjoyed the library tours. We're going to get started, even though we're still missing a few people. I guess they're enjoying their lunch a bit too much, but that is fine. So I'm Julie Anderson. I'm the outgoing secretary at IFLAPARL, and it's been a pleasure to work with you all over the past 4 years. So now we move to the first presentation of our afternoon content, the presentations from our host and regional updates. So it's my pleasure, first of all, to introduce and invite to the podium Tolkien Yangovola, the General Expert and Acting Library Director of the Nazarbayev University Library Services, and also our formidable host who's done amazing things. Thank you so much, Tolkien.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, dear colleagues and guests. I would like to provide a presentation about our NU library services. Nazarbayev University Library was established in 2010 and extended in 2018. New library is located on 2 sites, main campus and medical school. In total square is more than 11,000. The main goal in a new library is to foster a culture of effective learning and education, effective research, innovation, and academic integrity. A new library has a voice as a member in the academic committee, a new graduate studies committee, teaching and learning committees. As I mentioned, this is School of Medicine Library. This is building of Muslim School of Medicine. It's located in different place, and library located in 7th floor. I would like to say about our first director, Aliya Nurahimовна, Sarsimbinova Aliya Nurahimовna. She is the first level director of Nazarbayev University Library, and she was a founder. She was created this library from scratch. All the books, she was kind of collecting books by books, and what you have seen in our library tour was made by Aliya. Unfortunately, she was passed away in 2017, and a new Nazarbayev University management has decided to provide her name to our one of the biggest library reading room, and we have Aliya room in our 3rd floor. Our library organizational structure. So we have 6 offices. One of them acquisition and library activity support, font accounting and cataloging, e-resource management office, library teaching and learning support, research support services, and office of patron services. In total, we have 30 staff, 30 library staff. There are library director, general expert, and 28 staff in different offices. Service hours, we are working from Monday to Friday from 8:30 to 8 p.m., Saturday, Sunday from 10 to 7 p.m. This is our library website. I think we have very good lib guides and all information about our library services. They are all in our website. Few words about collections. We have print books, 200,000 print books, and e-books in perpetual access, 46,000. We have very good, great microfilm collections, CD, DVDs, and print periodicals, also database subscriptions. Yes, subscriptions to database we have for 61 currently. This is microforms, one of the largest collection of microforms in Kazakhstan, with copies of newspapers published in Central Asia since the 1860s. Teaching and learning support. In 2022, at the new library, we have opened 2 offices. One of them teaching and learning support, and second one, library research support office. What they do, teaching and learning support librarians, they work for collaboration with schools, departments, and they provide library services. They do integration of library resources and research skills into the curriculum. There are information literacy program, and they do also reference assistance. Just quick information about how many sessions was provided last year, about 198 sessions, and 10,000, I can say more than 10,000 consultations. These are our teams, Lisa, Daria, Aigirin. So how they help to our students, professor. They assist in collection development, provides reference assistance, and conducts different kind of library sessions. Yeah, user instruction sessions. So library information literacy program, I can say this is one of the great program, which is very famous for our students, professors. And there are 4 modules: establishing the need for information, search strategy, evaluate information, and using dissemination of information. There are different kinds of library sessions like orientation, embedded, open, publisher, and drop-ins. One important, I can say, our assistant in the reference in information assistant, Ask Nuria. Yeah, chat with Nuria are very famous, and we have a lot of requests, a lot of appointment with our users. LibGuides. LibGuides, there are different kind of guides, which are very helpful again for our patrons, users, and they provide subject-specific resources, yeah, for different schools. Research support services. In this office, we have 3 staff, head, 2 managers, yeah, head and 2 managers. So research liaison, they also collaborate with faculty, researchers, and they develop research skills for our students. And main I can say, task for this office to develop open access movement in library and between community of Nazarbayev University. Transformative agreements. In 2023, Nazarbayev University Library, we signed first transformative agreement. For us, I can say this is a big achievement, because we are first in Kazakhstan who made this kind of transformative agreements, read and publish with Wiley company. So also we have this kind of agreements with TA, with Cambridge University Press, with Oxford University Press, and ACM. Yeah, a few words about. In 2019, Nazarbayev University was approved open access policy, and 2014 we created a new repository. Nazarbayev University repository is This is website of a repository. We have collected more than 8,000 items, and there are about 2,000 master theses and 200 PhD theses. I would say this is kind of difficult for our library staff who develop and work on it, because open access in Kazakhstan not very much developed like in other abroad countries like UK or US. Interlibrary loan. This is one of the very important service. We have agreement with Wisconsin Madison University Library, document delivery services. And as you can see, last year we had like more than 900 requests from our students and professors. Also, we have another partners like Duke Fuqua School of Business, Library of Congress, USA. Yeah. Just would like to say our library spaces. I think you are all now have seen and enjoyed library tours. Our university library, of course, we are one of the lucky library, because compared with other universities, Kazakhstani universities library, they are, I can say, another situation with equipment and library spaces. So we have very good learning environment. There are like a lot of group rooms, kind of 7 group rooms, yeah, and we are providing about more than 20 individual study rooms. In total, in library, we have more than 1,000 seats. And also, I would like to share that our library is the first library which offered rooms for 24/7. And students, period of exam, they also stay in library until morning and study. Yeah, this is reading rooms which are open 24/7, active learning room. And social engagement, okay. In new library, we are not only supporting like research, we are also also working on reading support to promote how to read print books and how to be close to library, I can say. So, I'm saying hi, good. Maybe. Okay, we will come back to our IT. Okay. Experience sharing. Let's move to experience sharing. Our new library organized an annually ENC conference, Eurasian Academic Library Conference. And by chance, I would like to invite all of you to attend this conference, which will be organized next year on April or on May. We will publish in our website. Also, we're providing Eurasian Academic Library training. This is for local librarians who would like to attend this training and get more professionally developed. About our library staff, I would like to say that we have good opportunity to participate in these kind of conferences and seminars like IFLA, UKSG, IFLA, and others. Sorry. Yeah. It's finished, and if you have any questions, please ask. And I hope you enjoyed this conference, and we're really glad to be a part of this IFLAPARL, and we have really good experience with you. Please keep in touch with us every time and share with us your good experience and working in Parliament's libraries. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Tolkien. Just to make sure that we honor the time, if you have any questions for Tolkien, jot them down and we'll take questions at the end for both of the presenters. So now we get to invite our second speaker of this session. I'd like to invite Elizaveta Kamalova, Teaching and Learning Librarian of the Nazarbayev University Library, and she will be presenting on the overview of practical applications of AI in the NU Library. Please. Oh, you're very welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a true pleasure to welcome all of you here at Nazarbayev University Library, especially considering that the World Library and Information Congress being held in Central Asia and Kazakhstan for the very first time. It is a historical moment for us, and we are delighted to share it with all of you today. As you all know, libraries, it is a moment with the rapid change for all libraries worldwide, because AI now reshaping everything we know and the services we provide, the way how we think about the knowledge, access, and research support. That is why I would like to share today with you with my presentation titled Overview of the Applications of AI. Which means that I will try to share what we learned, what we are doing currently in the at Nazarbayev University Library. I would call it as a journey because it's not a finished project yet, because we are still in the process of enhancing, making it better, so it will reflect and make a better results in the future for our users. Next. Yep. So I will try to tell you shortly about the core services of academic library, why, and then we will talk about some AI tools for libraries, speak about some cases in the library we have, and tools for research, and some information about the documentations we have about AI at NU in general. So why we stop and talk about the academic library course services? Because we know that there are people from different institutions and with different background. That is why telling you what are the core services is kindly important thing to consider and learn, yeah? So what we are saying when we say academic library. So according to the literature, academic library should have patron services, yeah, obviously, because providing these engagement services, they are the front office. Then we have information and reference services covering all the literacy programs. And then we have automated systems and technology integrations, which include the automated services of providing books, acquisition, etc. Then we have research support office, one of the important branches, let's say, because especially here at Nazarbayev University, we are considering it as a research excellence, academic excellence. That is why having these services will make better and enhance our user skills. Also, access to resources, especially being them remote, yeah? So our users could access the resources whenever they are, on campus, off campus, 24/7. Then we are talking about the accessibility and inclusivity. So these kind of things are considered as core services of academic library. If you have all of them, excellent, brilliant, yeah? Next, yeah. Probably it was discussed a lot of times during different sections at IFLA, because I believe this is the hot topic right now and why we are here today, just to learn about it, yeah? So what are the applications, possible applications of AI in libraries? We say about the content discovery, obviously, yeah, because this helps our users to find the relevant information they need. Then we say plagiarism detection. There are lots of tools and ways and applications which might help them to find out the information, make it better, and reshape it for avoiding plagiarism. Spell checking and spam filtering, it's already integrated in our computers, laptops, everywhere, like Grammarly, even Gmail filters, etc. So all of them already integrated. Next, citation analysis. This is another step, let's say, because this is really library related. Because sometimes our users stick with one type of resources only. If you would see the repository and look for the bibliography, maybe you will check your universities as well, universities, institutions, you will see that most of the students do not consider other types of information. They just stick with books and articles, but there are lots of sources, right? So this helps them, this kind of tools will help them to find other relevant sources in different formats, let's say. Patron engagement and assistance. In this case, we consider different tools which might be useful in order to serve our users, to make engagement with them, yeah? Optimization of administrative processes. This, I think, also already integrated in different institutions, because creating some programs in order to like provide documents, to draft something, maybe for marketing purposes. This might be the options when you use AI in libraries. Next, so now we are coming to the Nazarbayev University Library. What we have here, what we have integrated for now. So first is the AI literacy sessions. Because when we think about our users, we should always consider that they have different backgrounds, yeah, diverse background. That's why we have to prepare them for the world with AI. That is why we have set of sessions on AI. Then Nuria, Tolkien already showed you the interface of Nuria. We will talk about a little bit more. Alma Primo AI, this is the experience of Nazarbayev University Library. We will talk about it as well. And some research tools we use here at NU Library. So, AI literacy sessions. As I mentioned, educating our users is our main thing, let's say. So whenever we receive new students, especially, we teach them basics of AI literacy. It includes not only how to use them, but using them ethically. So they know the responsibilities and consequences. And also not to make AI just tool for writing everything for them, but teaching them using different tools for different aspects. And they know the in what cases, in which portions they can use it. Yeah, so we have lots of sessions, like almost 30 maybe titles dedicated to AI, which are 3 tiers. So they are basic, elementary, and advanced levels. So they are dedicated to different tools, and it includes also the basic level. Next. Here, as Tolkien mentioned, we have Nuria, but before going to Nuria, I would like to share that this is not AI tool, it is chatbot. But I would make this disclaimer that making a chatbot of your own library is the halfway to AI. If you already prepare the ground, all the basic things, and this is the halfway to AI. That is why here at Nazarbayev University, we prepared our own chatbot. So here I'm just sharing you what is the difference between the chatbot and AI-powered chatbots. Of course, they have different features. So chatbot, which we have here, is pre-designed. So it is rule-based. When the AI-powered chatbot is learning and generating itself, it's not controlled overall. So chatbot of Nazarbayev University is fully controlled by librarians, and the AI-powered cannot be controlled. It is generating by itself using the information from everywhere. Now, chatbot is button-based or menu-driven, so we teach them what to do next. And the AI in itself, it has open-ended input, so it will generate according to the keywords it's receiving. So these are the main comparison between the chatbot we have and AI chatbot. But we are still, how to say, honored to have our own chatbot. So here you can see the flow. When we, maybe you already use it, it's a SprintShare LibAnswers platform we are using here. It was a plain draft provided to us, and each library could create their own flows, which means that I was putting every step, so it will be guided according our user needs. So we learned how to create this chatbot as useful as we needed. Yeah, so it was piloted for several months, and it was a joint work of different departments, including the Teaching and Learning Office, Research Support Office, and the Patron Services Office, because they are the frontiers. They receive all the requests, they receive the questions, and then we collaborate together in order to create the frequently asked questions, and then accordingly we created the flow. So this is the flow, which reacts according to the questions, and it provides the next step of the conversation. How it looks like on the website. It pop-ups every time when you open the library website. If you would like to test it, you are welcome. It's library.nu.kz. This is the website of the library, and you can try test it for like try to have some conversation with Nuria. Yeah, so this is the timeline I want to share with, because it was a long journey. It wasn't like in 1 week or 1 month. It was like for years. So first, our experience was integration of the SprintShare LibGuides. Sorry, it just moved. The text was moved a little. So we started trial period and product integration with the LibGuides. It was 2012. And then after that, we were using LibGuides for several years. And then we learned that there is another product of SprintShare which might be useful for us. It was LibAnswers, which had FAQs. Yeah. So then we created the FAQ bars. We tried testing it, working with it for another couple of years. And then in 2022, the SprintShare launched their chatbots. They said that now we have created the draft. So it's pretty plain. it was empty, and our job was to make it full, to insert all the flow and needed steps. And in 2022, we started analyzing our own FAQs. At that one moment, we had 238 FAQs created, and then we learned that they are not really full. So it does not respond to the FAQ needed for the chatbot. And then we started revising them, analyzing all 238 FAQs. Believe me, it was a huge job. Then in 2024, we were working with FAQs, we were having the piloting with the focus groups, we worked with different groups of people, including students, faculties, and librarians. So we tried it a lot, and then in 2024, we finally launched it. Yeah, so at the result, we have 272 tickets, and 220 of them were edited, and 34 were created newly. So yeah, this is the job we've done all these years. Next thing that I would like to stop, it is the Prima Research Assistant. Nazarbayev University librarians were invited to be a beta testing group. So yeah, we were honored to be invited because it is one of the projects of ALMA when they try to test if ALMA AI can be already launched. So we, as a group of librarians, we tested the AI, and maybe you know that the AI Primo is limited with the subscription databases. So it's not actually generating from all the information available, but according to the databases your library is subscribed to, which is kind of limiting our users, right? That's why we were testing it for several months. Also, we had some conclusions and we shared it with the ALMA group. And then we said that our conclusion is not to integrate ALMA AI, like not to announce it among NU, because it's not pretty ready. So we have some feedback for them. Next, AI for scientific discovery. We learned that our users started using GPT for everything, including research and academia. That is why we, as librarians, we understood that we have to help them, assist them within this journey. That is why we said that there are tools which might be used for research as well, but not those which will generate the whole text. So before starting any session, we just start, how to say, saying terrible things, yeah? So according to the research, most of the users, students, they spend almost 4 hours for searching literature. And the same time they spend for reading those articles, which is like almost the same time. So we understand this struggle and we say, there are other tools, AI tools, which might be useful in order to locate the resources. So content discovery can be made easier and faster. So we said that there are resources such as connected papers or SciSpace which can be used for literature discovery. And we introduced it within our library sessions, AI sessions, open sessions which are available to all in new community. So this is just an example how connected papers works. Maybe you're using it already, yeah? Yeah? No? So connected paper is one of the great resources. Whenever you have found the root article, the perfect article which responds to your research question, you can input it here and then it will suggest you the map of those related articles. So it will be like assisting you. You don't need to spend time to find the similar articles. It will do it for you. No, this is open access from all resources available. So it will review the abstract and find the related sources. Also, it reviews the reference list and then it will see the chain, you know, citation chaining, and then find the resources cited in and cited within, you know. So it will do the whole job. Next, other resources we also, sorry, it's in English. It shouldn't be. We have, but you can see the title. So perplexity, another resource was also kind of useful for researchers in order to conduct the literature review. And then SciSpace, the similar item thing as connected papers, consensus, undermined. So all these sessions we have in our library for our users. We also developed the library guides on AI. We have two of them actually. One is for introducing the AI. It's in general. It has the concepts, why we need to be cautious when you're using AI. And the second one on AI tools. We just made the table of comparison, all AI tools, saying, stating with the features, accessibility, etc. So it's open access, actually. You can see it on the library website. So policies and regulations. So the whole world starts to respond to AI, right? So what we do when the AI started in 2018 November, when the OpenAI launched ChatGPT, what we did, we started looking for the documents. So one of them is the UNESCO's recommendation on the ethics of AI. We rely on it. Then we have 10 core principles on human rights approach to AI. So we also consider this one while working with AI and teaching our users. Next, we have AI competency framework for teachers, because here we have Graduate School of Education. We are teaching our future educators, professors, and that's why we also consider this one. Next, we have now how Kazakhstan responded to AI. So Kazakhstan created this AI concept in the country for 2024-2029, so which has these guidelines, how to use AI in different aspects. Now, how Nazarbayev University responded to AI. So we have developed the document, which was collaboratively created by almost all departments of Nazarbayev University, and library was also invited to create this document. So we worked a lot in order to create this response. It has a guideline for Nazarbayev University schools, for the professors, so they know how to restrict maybe or somehow give permission to use AI in any cases or some portions. So this is the general response of Nazarbayev University, but additionally every school at Nazarbayev University, they also created their sub-document within the school responding to AI. So it's kind of like set of documents. 1 minute, okay. Also, here we have this Committee on Publication Ethics, which means like we are also showing this to our users, saying that AI is not an author. It cannot be considered as author, and we're showing this document saying it's true, do not believe. So next, this is the almost last slide. Why we need to learn about AI, why we need to start using it, because now we have such vacancies like AI librarian. And now I even heard within the first satellite librarians saying that, is AI going to steal our jobs or not? No, it's not. We're going to manage it, right? That's why we should learn it, we should make use of it, and then we will become AI librarians. Yeah? And these are the references, and thank you.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, Elizabeth. I think we're all impressed. You really are at the vanguard of leveraging and embracing AI for the future. And thank you, Tolkien. I think we can all agree we're very jealous of the library spaces that they have here, and very impressed with the amount of service that you provide. Thanks for quantifying all that. So now we'll take about just maybe 4 or 5 minutes. Did you have any questions for our presenters? Yes, please go ahead. The microphone. I can just.
Thank you. My first question goes to the first presenter. In your slides on staff roles, there was one on accounting and cataloging. The question is, does that staff require professional qualification in accounting, or the designation accounting is not the real, or if you like, the original meaning of accounting in financial terms? I want to understand that one. The second question is this, is it a reading room service? Is a 24-hour service? My concern has to do with the library's collection. Going around, I noticed that there is really no lock. So what measures, structures are in place to ensure that readers do not take books away? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. First, answer for first question. We have ERM, Resource Management Office, and actually, yes, head of this ERM office, she has economic qualification, and she has, and also we are requesting master in library science also. Yeah, it's kind of one requirement for our library staff. And about our library spaces, which are open 24/7, students are allowed to stay and study with books which are already bought, yes. So actually we closed all our reading collections, they are closed at night, but we are open from morning to until 6 p.m., 7 p.m. when they get these books and read, but they should already take it in their into account. So, thank you again.
Were there any other questions?
I want to ask some questions to the second presenter, Ms. Kanova. First of all, your presentation was really great. I'm really impressed. I just want to ask about the Primo Research Assistant. It seems that it is based on the ChatGPT 3.5, and you said you get the information from the subscription resources, right? So, are there some, still, I know that you said it is ongoing project, right? So, I want to know how are you dealing with the hallucination problems regarding using the chatbot, regarding the LLM, because actually, even though the research bases are based on subscription, the ChatGPT still has a problem of hallucination. So I really want to know how you dealt with that.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, actually that was the issue we raised, because we understood that even though this is subscription-based responses, but still it's generating and making their own, thoughts, maybe decisions. That's why we decided not to launch it here for now, because we understood that even the GPT is kind of using authoritative sources, which are subscriptions, it's still generating. But that's why for the request of IMAL group, making it available to all users, we declined this proposal. So we decided that it's not time yet. We need time to further explore it and see whenever it's ready, and maybe if it would be or not ready, we don't know still. So it's kind of closed question for now. We are still exploring it. Thank you.
Yes, my question is to the second presenter. So I tried to use the Nuria chatbot, right? And the first problem I encountered was that it said I should type in the message. Then when I typed in the message, it was rather asking for my email.
Yeah.
So that was the first thing I encountered. But the second thing I want to, ask your opinion about, because I'm an IT professional, right? And then I think you are now talking about the new librarian that should try to incorporate some of the AI tools in their operations, right? And also to teach the usage of the AI tools to the library users. But my point is that the librarians themselves need to be taught how to use the AI tools. Then isn't there going to be a gap in their ability to be able to teach it to the users from the library, users of the library?
Okay. For the first question, as I mentioned, we were piloting the chatbot for a long time period, and we every time we received different errors and the situations which made us to make the flow correctly. So first thing, why we first it was anonymous. Everyone could message us using the chatbot, but later on we encountered that when we have question from a user who did not put the initials at least email address, we cannot respond to that user fully, because chatbot is, again, it's not generating questions, it's just giving ready answers. So that's why we said that we need email address first, so later we can go back to that user and send the full answer later when we review the transcripts of the chatbot. So it was very helpful. And the second was the ethical part, because we understand that there might be some joyful students who may send different messages, and it helped us to reduce that as well. Yeah. So the second question answer would be that, yeah, we understand that in order to teach those AI tools to users, first librarians should be educated. So what we do here is we learn ourselves first, we try on each other, we do this, field work ourselves, and then we go to the students. We do not teach users the tools we never tried ourselves. So we educate ourselves, we test it, we see how authoritative is the tool, and in which cases we can use it. We always state in the beginning of the session, every time each trainer, we say that we are not insisting the use of AI, but you're still using it, so please use those ones which we have tested already. So yeah, we learn it first ourselves. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Just very quickly, how much use does the chatbot get? How much is it used?
How much it is used? Actually, when we launched the chatbot, it became so popular among our users. We received a lot of questions like, are you real? Are you human? So it was so funny. Even they were chatting with Nuria, even at night time, 2 a.m., they chat with Nuria. They find it very funny, I don't know. And according to the statistics, the use of reference analytics shows the increase of interaction between users. So first they like it, and then they start interacting, and then yeah, our statistics is growing. Yeah.
So to keep us on schedule, if you do have some more questions, please find our presenters and ask them questions maybe at the break or at the dinner. I did just want to take a quick second to promote the World Bank resources. There are pamphlets outside to pick up, and just to be clear, the World Bank makes a lot of resources freely available, so we do want to promote that to you, our colleagues. So now we're going to switch gears and get some regional updates. So. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm such a rude. Thank you very much. I'm so thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So now, first of all, I'd like to invite Adama up to give a regional update for radar. There you go.
Thank you, Giro. I'm very happy to be here and to have the floor to begin this session. As you know, for the last newsletter of our section, we present a paper on a new project relative to the creation of a new network for the French-speaking countries in Africa. As you know, Francophone Africa was one of the only region in the world who haven't yet a network. So we have to get the mind, and on June from 12 to 14 in Dakar, Senegal, we had a workshop for the creation of a new network called Radar. In French, Radar africain de documentation d'archives et de services de recherche des parlements d'Afrique francophone. And some shared challenges and common vision for this network was to, because first, Francophone Africa Parliament faced similar challenges, lack of budget and funding for library. For instance, in my country, we have no budget for library at the National Assembly and the other library in my country. So it is very, very difficult for us to make some project and to realize simple activities. And around this region, it is similar in Senegal, in Burkina Faso, Togo, and other countries. And the second was diverse management approaches and lack of regional coordination and learning. Low public visibility of parliamentary libraries and archives. In the region, Spain, we have the library and the archive mixed. So in me, sometimes I'm a librarian. The other person I become, yes, archivist. And so I'm also involved in some archive association. And finally, weak parliamentary record preservation. And as you know, it is unfortunately one of the regions too where the political situation is not good. And in Burkina Faso in 2014, all the archives of the National Assembly was burned by the citizens, yes, who was very, very angry of the political situation. And the key objective of our network is firstly to promote knowledge exchange and professional collaboration in our area and with the other Francophone countries around the world, Quebec, France, and Luxembourg, and other countries. And for our meeting in Dakar, we welcome a colleague from France. The second is to support capacity building and advocacy for modern information management and to encourage digitization, open access, and digital preservation of our information and documents. And to strengthen libraries and archives as pillar of parliamentary democracy. And finally, support professional in under-resourced environment. The seminar was, key highlight was an opening keynote by a professor of the École des bibliothécaires, archivistes et documentalistes de Dakar, a roundtable, some discussions on international networking and formal adoption of RADAR's statutes and regulations. Our short-term priorities was firstly to obtaining legal recognition in Senegal for the radar network to be legal, and secondly to promote the network and recruit new members in 2026, to compiling a directory of parliamentary services in French-speaking Africa, and finally express the wish to work closely with IFLAPARL to strengthen exchanges and to other networks, yes, at the ICA section on parliamentary archives and also for parliamentary and political archive section, SPP. Finally, yes, RADA aims to strengthen the voice of parliamentary librarianship and archives in Africa and globally. Continued advocacy, capacity building and innovation, and finally building a sustainable collaborative network for the future. We stand for international collaboration and we must remain bold, to be bold, to share our leadership in promoting parliamentary information and knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we look forward, IFLAPARL looks forward to, I'm sorry? Yes, please. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Adama. and we look forward to IFLAPARL to be collaborating in future with Radar. Is there a representative from IFLA who can give an update for IFLA? Was there somebody? IFLA? Do you want, yeah, just. Hi, Fabian. Sorry to put you on the spot, but go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm just going to highlight in short. We had a conference this year in Swakopmund, Namibia. That is where I come from. And mostly what I want to say is maybe the challenges that are facing IFLA in terms of resource mobilization and so forth. What we discovered is that IFLA itself is looking for partnerships and sponsors, maybe in setting up training sessions. I heard very interesting things from the previous presenter. AI training and so forth. Those are very crucial these days because we are now living in the global village and things are changing. And we need more training in those areas. And we look forward to that and hope that IFLAPARL is going to assist us probably, or is going to be involved more with regional associations to assist us in setting up or developing capacity for parliamentary librarians and research stuff. The other issue that I wanted to mention is that as a person, we are exploring also other ways to hold maybe meetings at settings such as these ones. Maybe I'm hoping that next year we are going to have full capacity of the IFLA representatives and have a discussion with other people at this conference and so forth. Maybe that is my short.
Thanks, Fabian. So now I'd like to invite Julia Taylor to come up to give an update from the, I just know the acronym, and now I can't find the words. Congressional Research Services from the States. I just wanted to say CRS, and I was like, I know what it actually stands for.
Do I have to press something? Oh, no, it's working. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here. I just had a few quick updates. The Congressional Research Service was pleased that Dr. Karen Donfried was appointed as our director in September of last year. Dr. Donfried was formerly the Assistant Secretary of State for Europe and Eurasian Affairs at the Department of State, and also a former analyst at CRS. And so we're glad to have a director who has that perspective. A couple of things that we've done this past year, we had our new member orientation for new members of the House of Representatives in January. We also made our CRS reports available through congress.gov in March. And so now you don't have to go to two different websites. You can go to congress.gov to see all of our material. AI has been a very popular topic at the conference, and we have been experimenting with using AI for bill summaries. We haven't moved to doing that for the bill summaries. As we all know, there are kinks to work out with AI in doing that, but we are experimenting with that. An initiative that I was personally involved with involved a new website for our Congress and their staff, our crs.gov website. So again, this is an internal website that only members and their staff can see. We launched that new site in April. Some of those enhancements were an improved search engine. We now have a specific area for constituent services, and also made a list of our 10 most visited sites so that members and staff can find that information more quickly. Another technology-related innovation that we have are now story maps, which are graphical representations of policy areas. And so we have 2 of those available on our congressional website, but again, those are not available on our public site. And then last but not least, some data projects for internal use, again, doing some data modeling for economic and health data, and then also using AI to summarize regulatory proposals. And again, those would just be internal uses. But yeah, that's our country report. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Julia. So now I'd like to invite Christine, who will give an update from APLAC, the Association of Parliamentary Libraries in Canada.
Thank you, Julie. Hello, everyone. I'm new to IFLA and new to IFLAPARL, so it's really a pleasure to be here. I was appointed as the parliamentary librarian of the Library of Parliament in Canada in October, but I've worked at the Library of Parliament since 2008, so I've been at the sidelines of this group and very, very happy to be here. I'm going to present briefly on our national association, APLIC, the Association of Parliamentary Libraries of Canada. You may have noticed when the anniversaries were being mentioned at IFLA at Willick that we are celebrating our 50th year. So that's an exciting thing for all of us. And we like IFLAPARL, although it's small with only 13 or 14 members of the Library of Parliament. It's a very rich group where it doesn't really matter if you're a library of one person, like one of our provinces, or if you're the Library of Parliament with many, many resources. We find ways to really enrich and collaborate, and we're always learning from each other. So I think it's really important to remember that we can all learn from the various experiences, and that's very much true of APLIC. We have an annual conference every year. Last year was in Yellowknife in the north of the country, and just next week, Julie's colleagues are hosting us in Toronto. Many of the themes obviously similar to what we're talking about here today: AI, client experience, data visualization, money, of course. And so a lot of things that I'll bring back to that conference from what we're talking about today. 7 of the members went through elections in the last year, and so orientation programs, Julia just mentioned their orientation program for new members. That's very much top of mind for APLIC members, and so we share lessons learned. It'll be a big focus of what is shared at the conference. So if you have questions about what the Library of Parliament is doing, we're very much in the thick of it with our federal election having happened in April. We also have an annual survey, and like any other library, we're always looking to improve the data, moving beyond statistics and quantitative towards qualitative data. And we find that the members rely on that survey to help decision makers with budget decisions, being able to provide stats and comparative stats on what other provinces and the National Library are doing. So the Library of Parliament administers that surveys for the members. We've recently created a network for staff so that it's ongoing throughout the year for reference and research staff. And they run sessions such as searching in our jurisdiction so people can know the types of trends in the research requests and the information requests coming from our clients. And last but not least, we've been bold, and the theme of Leslie Weir, the new Canadian president of IFLA, we tried to advocate for our space in the parliamentary networks in Canada, and I'm sure you can probably often relate that the legislative clerks get a lot of access and conferences, and we have something called the Canadian Parliamentary Review, which is a long-standing journal, and APLIC had never been represented. And so we advocated to make sure that we had membership on the board of the editorial board of that journal, and that we can ensure that we have regular journal articles brought in with the library lens. So it's a publicly available journal, and I encourage you to look at it, and we're going to actively be looking to add more librarianship content into that journal. So that's a quick update. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. And now I'd like to invite Alec to come up to give an update from ECPRD. And I don't know what that acronym stands for. European Center for Parliamentary Research and Documentation. There we go. We all learned something new. If you did not know that, you now know that too. There it is. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Alec.
You said that right. Yes, so I'm going to speak actually partly on behalf of Natalia Zvetsova, who can't be with us here today, and who is from Slovakia, from the Parliamentary Institute over there. Natalia has recently taken up the role as coordinator for parliamentary libraries and research within the ECPRD network, and took over that role from Ida Kelemen from the Hungarian Parliament, that I'm sure several of you have already met in the past. So yes, on the ECPRD, will you move the slides, or here we go? All right, okay. So yes, I will be very brief because Natalia had prepared quite a few slides, but I think we all deserve our coffee as well. So the ECPRD is a long-standing network, almost 50 years old, has been there since 1977, unites 50 parliamentary libraries, research services, broadly speaking in Europe, but with also some observer countries from outside Europe. The secretariat of the network is within the European Parliament, which also explains why I'm speaking on her behalf, and the Council of Europe. We are very active in the sense that we group, or we act as a kind of hub to collect incoming questions, mostly related to parliamentary affairs, internal parliamentary organization, but also a lot of questions related to our sector, libraries and research services. We had, this is a nice presentation about the number of requests. So I looked it up this morning. In 2025, we are already at 169 requests that we dealt with. And I also had a specific look at the requests related to AI and to our business. So there has been indeed a survey on the use of AI tools and language models within our network members. There's also been an interesting question that was launched by our colleagues from the Portuguese library about oral history and institutional memory. And for example, and to give a third one, a comparative request about how to evaluate websites of parliaments, which of course also cover libraries and information centers. Yes, ECPRD is strong in organizing all sorts of seminars, typically taking place in one or the other affiliate member country. There are a couple of interesting conferences coming up. So earlier this year, there was a joint seminar on the use of AI in parliamentary archives. And then upcoming, we will have, yeah, that's a nice picture on the archives. And upcoming in November, there will be, as hosted by our colleagues from the Parliament of Montenegro, a conference on enhancing the role of parliamentary research services. Before that, in October, and that is actually not on the slide, there will be a very interesting, I think, conference on AI dilemmas in parliaments. Which will cover issues like how to ensure transparency and accountability when AI functions a bit as a black box. How to ensure parliamentary or skills in parliament related to AI, which can be an issue for especially the smaller parliaments and libraries, and how to balance the need for innovation and ethical and legal concerns about AI. And then in December, in our parliament, the European Parliament, there will be a joint seminar on with a specific focus on the use of data visualization in parliaments. I think, yeah, there's still one more slide. So here you get to see Natalia and her details, and I hope she will be here with us at some point in the future, not too far away. Thank you.
I was just going to invite if there is another association who is present who would like to give a very quick update, who is not on our list. IFLAP? I will take that as a no. IFLA? Okay. There you go. I'm sorry? IFLA. IFLA.
Yes. Hello, everyone. So, IFLA, that's the African Federation of Libraries Association. We also met in April in Namibia, and I was nominated as the president for 2025-2027. Among the issues that we discussed were to form a collaboration where we can share resources, to have a consultant for resources, and to train the librarians in all other libraries so that they will be equipped with modern concepts and emerging technologies. We are also looking forward to a day where we will meet with Aplesa, Skaskill, Bible, and all other parliamentary associations to share ideas and to impact on national assemblies all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we're all impressed what the regional associations are doing at the regional level. And of course, we are stronger together when we join here at the global level here at IFLAPARL. So now we will break for a coffee break and also for a poster session to give everyone enough time to get their coffee, come back and talk amongst each other. Please be back here at 3:45. 3:45. Sorry, we're doing time management in real time, but let's say 3:45 so the afternoon doesn't drag on too long. I guess, yeah. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Amazing speaker.
Already?
No, I'll come up at that time.
It's on.
So hello again. Thank you for being here for our last session for today, which is themed Collaboration and Innovation in Parliamentary Libraries and Research Services. This is the session where we're going to have our international presentations from colleagues around the world. And we have a small change in the schedule because Ms. Aidan Zaksilikova, if I pronounce it correctly, couldn't unfortunately be with us today. So she has sent us her presentation, which will be read by Ms. Valentine at the end of the session. So we will begin with Mr. Lee Hiso. Okay. And he's going to talk to us about innovating parliamentary research, new trends and practices from the National Assembly Research Service of Korea, the well-known to the IFLAPARL NARS.
So good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Hiso Lee from the National Assembly Research Service of South Korea, and we usually call it as NARS for its abbreviation. Okay. And so I'm really excited to share how NARS is transforming parliamentary research service through innovative practices that could reshape how we support legislative decision-making strategy. So as parliamentary research services worldwide face increasing demand for faster and more comprehensive analysis, NORS has embarked on an ambitious innovation journey, and it is still ongoing process for 2 years. Today, I'll focus on 3 groundbreaking initiatives that is being implemented in NORS right now. The 3 things are, first of all, the organizational restructuring for data-centric research. Second, the AI-powered legislative research systems with the formation of the data maps. Third, fostering collaborative legislative policy platforms. So these innovations aren't just theoretical. They are practical solutions we are implementing right now to serve 300 members of parliament in Korea more effectively than ever. Okay. So before I move into main theme, let me just briefly explain who we are. NORS is the think tank of the Korean National Assembly, and also it is the most trusted institutions by MPs. Our mission is to strengthen the Assembly's activity and capacity for lawmaking and policy oversight through in-depth research and timely information. We are the only specialized institute in Korea that covers all major areas of national affairs, such as politics, economy, society, culture, research and development, foreign affairs, and so on. Our research staff are field-specific professionals, serving as legislative researchers who respond directly and agilely to members of parliament. Currently, we have about 126 staff members, including 59 PhDs, 13 attorneys, research officers, and administrative staff. So this diversity of expertise ensures that we can handle both highly technical policy issues and broader political challenges. The overall budget for 2025 is about $13.7 million. It can be suitable for starting this job, but also I see it is kind of the lack of money to fully support the MPs. Each year, NORS processes thousands of research requests. In 2024 alone, we handled over 4,300 requests, issued 251 reports, and supported or hosted about 152 seminars with MPs. So on average, our response time for the legislative research response is less than 19 days, with a 99% completion rate. For the recent update, the response time is now about 17.4 days, so it is shorter than the average one. So our core principles are one-on-one responsiveness to the MPs, and also, the most importantly, to provide the evidence-based analysis on the data and contributing to better legislation and policymaking. So these are the reports that we publish annually. They are all open to the public and also for the MPs, and you can all check this in our website. The one kind of interesting report is the policy issues for inspection. It's a report for the MPs to prepare for the national audit that will be held in October. So we provide all the topics regarding some policy, economy, or society issues, and when the MPs study for that, they can fully understand and also make some appropriate requests for the national audit. I'll pass for this one. This is our chief. Yeah. And now, with the foundation in mind, I will turn to the main focus of today's talk, the innovation of NARS. In a world where politics, society, and technology are changing very rapidly, legislative research services must also transform. And at NARS, we are pursuing three major directions of innovation. The restructuring our organization for data center research, constructing a data map, and introducing AI-driven research analysis, and also fostering broad legislative platforms with academia, and with international partners, and also with citizens. Let me take you through each of these in turn. So first of all, the organizational restructuring. The challenge we faced was simple. Our traditional organization structures were not fully prepared for the new environment of artificial intelligence, big data, and interdisciplinary policy problems. Parliamentary research no longer fits neatly into one sector. Questions often cut across law, economics, public health, education, security, anything else at the same time. So the enhanced research and analysis capacity are really essential to deal with the complex problems. So the most important factor is to reposition and to reorganize the whole structure of the organization to be well fit to deal with the complex problems. So to address this, we are going to establish a research planning division solely. This new division is tasked with overseeing the overall management of research projects, coordinating interdisciplinary studies, and also strengthening the strategic planning. So in short, it functions as the control tower of NARS research. Before this reorganization, that the planning and cooperation division where I'm in, they all did the research planning job, but this division has to do the task not only research planning, but also budget control, making laws, or dealing with the press, and also dealing with the MPs, etc. So they have too much task. But the need for research planning is getting over and over and growing more. So we are planning to make a solely independent division for research planning. And also at the same time, we have combined the two existing teams into economic and finance team in order to make our bureaucracy more efficient. So the goal is not to expand bureaucracy, but to operate smarter, making the most of our limited staff, while ensuring stronger collaboration across subject boundaries. And now I want to briefly introduce our case of the fostering interdisciplinary research. With the study on inequality, I think all colleagues here all know that the inequality problem is really a complex and also a worldwide problem. And also it's kind of very critical problem in Korea too. So instead of having separate teams work on income, housing, health, and education inequality in isolation, we created an interdisciplinary governance structure, like you can see in the slides. We are identifying relationships among inequality domains, analyzing current data, limitations, and developing Korea-specific inequality index. This approach involves multiple stakeholders. First of all, our 3 research offices in National Assembly, the library, the budget office, and the future institution. And also there's external national policy research institutes such as KDI, the Korea Development Institute, or the KIHASA, the Korean Institute of Health Affairs and Social Affairs. And also we have the data partnership organizations such as Korean Statistics, and NHS or NTS, etc. The NTS is the tech service. So this approach provides the scientific evidence-based research that provides MPs with holistic solutions rather than fragmented insights. And now I'm going to move on to the second innovation. This is solely for data-driven decision making. So we call it AI-powered legislative research system. As we all know, the MPs demand are getting more complex, and also they need the agile response. So we have decided to build a comprehensive data map coupled with AI-based tools exclusively developed for NARS. This isn't about just adopting generic AI. It's about creating specialized intelligence for legislative research. So I'm going to briefly explain about the system architecture. So we're implementing a sophisticated system, combining small language models with retrieval augmented generation. You all know that RAG system. So here's how it works. First of all, the data integration. As you can see, there is a morphological vector. This is a database made by removing grammatical particles from our database of legislative research response. So by doing this job, by changing this database into morphological vector, integration of data sets is much more faster and also be more accurate. So this enables the lightning fast language-based retrieval, and it will shorten the response time for the legislative requests. Also, our system integrates external data. External data from the core stat or external through the API, and also the external pending issues and requests from MPs. These all data sets are combined into one RAG system, and this enables the automated retrieval. And this is the immediate provision of information to the MP's requests. So the smart response generation will be available if the ongoing task is succeed. The next one is kind of a complex version for this, so you can take pictures if you want. Yeah. Yeah, of course it's all available, so yeah. So as you can see, the most important and essential part of this task is to change the response database into the morphological vectors so that we can integrate the data sets all together. But this task is really burdensome and also really complex. So this to pre-process and build the morphological vector, we have conducted a contract with data expert research institutes such as Astana University, and this is the work that we got them. So also we are going to associate with the National Assembly task that is undergoing right now. It is called the Big Data Big AI platform for the National Assembly of Korea, and it will take about 3 years, and about 10 million dollars will be spent for this task. I have to be more fast. Okay, so we also make the toolbox. Yeah, that contain the automated data analysis model that can implement complex statistical analysis, such as not only linear regression or multiple regression, but also for logistic regression, etc. So researchers can easily use the toolbox. And also, this toolbox is for the researchers who are not familiar with quantitative analysis. So this will enable the data-centric analysis and also for data-based policy making. This is for the third one is I will just briefly explain. We are now doing many other complex or many other preference for legislative policy. First of all, this is the National Vision Legislative Policy Conference that held for twice, and this we have requested to 96 expertise professors of Korea and participated, and they are from 21 major domestic academic associations. So this is the platform for the academia, and also we have co-worked together with academia and National Assembly. And this is second, this is the international seminar that we are holding. It's held annually since 2010, and there was 13 session in 2024. So about in cumulative number, 39 nations from all over the world have participated. And for last year, our colleagues from CLS in America and from EPRS or Austria, Germany, many other countries have participated in our seminar and have shared their crucial and important analysis. And finally, we have also prepared a platform for citizens to participate directly in decision-making and law-making. Yeah, so this is the end of my short presentation. I hope all people can know about what we are doing, and thank you.
Thank you very much. This was very informative and very full information. The presentations and the papers will be uploaded in the IFLA repository. So don't worry, you will be not next week, but as we very well know, but they will be soon uploaded in the IFLA repository, and you will be notified through our social media and through our site. And now we're going to hear from the two colleagues from Portugal, Maria João Amante and Elizabeth Reves. We're going to hear about an oral history project, When Parliament Speaks, Oral History Initiatives within the ECPRD network. So here you go. Thank you.
It is my first time, so I thank you all here. Before I begin our presentation, I would like to thank to the colleagues that were kindly agreed to complete the survey. It was too long. It had 24 questions, so thank you. Our presentation, as Lila said, is When Parliament Speaks, an oral initiatives within the European Centre for Parliamentary Research and Documentation. This was an initiative of the Portuguese Parliament of the library. It aimed to understand the state of heart of regarding to the oral history projects. It's an exploratory study in the sense of other countries, what they are doing in the field of oral history projects. The primary goals of this study is to identify and analyze the existing initiatives focused on the collection and safeguarding of history, and also the preservation and dissemination of oral history. As we know, the oral history offers a unique perspective on the legislative process and political decision-making. With these narratives, they contribute to promoting transparency and accountability, support historic research, informing public policies, and providing institutional context. As you see from the structure of the survey, it was divided into 6 main sections, each with detailed questions. In the section number 1, we want to know the existence and the nature of the oral history initiatives. With the second, we wanted to explore the themes and targets, groups, and the formats were used. On the third, the purpose was to regard technical formats and public availability. And the fourth, we seek the evaluation of technologies and partnerships. No. The remaining two sections of the survey are staffing and funding. To achieve this section, we seek for human and financial resources that were allocated to these activities. On the sixth, the last section, we focus on evaluation mechanisms, audience engagements, and sustainability of the initiatives. A total of 35 responses were received. Belgium and Poland submitted 2 responses each, and also European Parliament. As you can see by the responses, we classify them in 3 categories. With no oral initiatives, 2 with activities related to preservation, and the last one with the oral history project in motion. Our analysis covered the countries that have oral histories. However, the intention is for future stages that we couldn't bring all the summarized answers. The finding regarding the motivation for oral history projects, regarding the motivation were received, the answers received mainly are with the goals of preservation memories of MPs, to assure the access of the collections, to share the personal experience of MPs and the impressions they had on related to the times that they work, and contributes to further future historical research. We also have one answer that the project was established by the museum. As we can see, I will show you the departments that are involved, and we only received this answer by the museum. To increase these oral history projects, we had an answer that was particularly satisfying, that they wanted to have more documents, women's entry into politics. I'm sorry, you have to make signs for me to say, okay. What? No. Okay. Okay. And this work is important for some countries to complement and illustrate the existence of paper archives, and to create new sources of archives valorization, and to obtain and preserve personal testimonies. And that includes too a video documentary for each of the rare manuscripts of the library. Like, that's one of the examples they gave us. Another point of view was to find out which services and departments are responsible for these projects. Most of the responses told the library, but we have archives, we have museums, and we have some of the archives that work directly with the Department of Press and Publications and Public Relations. I'm going to pass to Maria João. It's her turn to end.
So,
it's difficult to have the micro and this and turning the papers. It's not easy. So the one of the dimensions that we were analyzing was which were the individuals that were interviewed. And most of the times what we have are former MPs, senators, chancellors, but also members of the staff. And for example, in one case, because we were trying to avoid to put the name of the countries, but for example, in Canada, it was interesting to see that there was a period of time where proeminent people were interviewed. So in 1983 to 1995, eminent politicians and others about their careers, and also 42 men and women preeminent in Canadian life from 1978 and 1987. It's also interesting to see that always MPs, members of the staff, this was common to all the answers we were having, not only MPs being interviewed, but also staff. And why I'm saying this, because most of the times we are serving MPs, so staff is not so well known and probably not even so recognized. But in fact, when you come to projects of oral history and you want to preserve the memory of the institution, staff is always considered. And this is very interesting. So turn the other one. Okay. No, here. Yes. So I remember that there was a parliament from a country in the north of Europe that they were interviewing women that were very preeminent, and they were coming from different members. They were members of different parties in the parliament, and they were living in different regions. So as they were old, they needed to go because they were saying and explaining how expensive these projects could be. And I will speak on the major challenges, because they went to go to different places to interview these ladies that were working in the parliaments. Then you have the former presidents of the European Parliament, secretaries generals, and politicians, senators in the Senate Chancellery, then in Knesset members. And this was interesting because they were speaking about former Knesset members and Knesset speakers, senior Knesset executives, and children of the Knesset members. Another dimension that we were analyzing were the preservation measures. Regarding preservation measures, in fact, all the interview, there was a country that was saying that interview files, a parliament that was saying interview files exist in digital form, and the means of digital preservation are not ensured in the parliament, but with the support of the Media Technisches Museum, I don't speak German, Technisches Museum Wien, with the Austrian Parliament with which the Austrian Parliament has an agreement. So you see, most of the times to ensure preservation measures, you have cooperation among different institutions. Here, they speak about an integrated pest management plan, so things like to see proper storage, control of incoming collections, things that have to do with infestations and so on. The interview, the last one speaks about the old interview collection that was archived as compact cassettes, was digitized in order to preserve it for the future. And one copy remains in the museum and others in the archives. As Elizabeth was saying, these initiatives are run by library, by archives, but also with cooperation with the communication office. Protective conservation methods are used, and you see the things that they are applying to paper, but also having the same measures regarding the oral history projects. Regarding public access and dissemination, we have experiences of not allowing access to the interviews, as we will see, and others that have fully access. So, for example, the first one speaks about fully access for the public via the website of the Austrian Parliament. Okay, Then the second one, members of the public can access part of the library's publications and resources to the public-facing website, including the resources for classrooms, immersive exhibitions. But when when they speak about oral history interviews, they indicate a mixture of viewing restrictions for open to restricted. It's not all publicly available, so they have rules, and they define what can be seen and what cannot be publicly exhibited. The interviews, and they speak, for example, about a project. This project, Peter Stursberg, do not appear to have any consultation restrictions. So they vary in the same parliament. Regarding different collections, they have different policies. The other here, for example, no public access. The interviews are delivered to the researchers via secured email connection. So you need to ask, and then they allow, but it's not publicly available. The other one is speaking about rules are under development. There is another answer, the third one, free public access to the interviews. But if there is a request to use them for television, and this is interesting because this has a cooperation with TV channels, in fact, they need permission. You cannot, the parliament cannot freely send the interview. It needs a permission from the interviewee. The material can be studied in our reading room, but the interviews are not made available online. We have yet to make a proper web page, so they recognize that they need to make a proper web page to present the project, but this will happen very soon. So public access and dissemination, here again, the materials can be consulted in the reading room. The others say that this is available through digital repositories and on the website with virtual exhibitions. And the major challenges that we saw are the ones that we have to do, major challenges, please, have to do with space constraints, with the pace of digitization and the lack of dedicated resources. Also, there is a problem on convincing people to participate. This is also something that is said. They have difficulties in having the agreement of the interviewees. And there is a parliament that was speaking about the difficulty that they had to find documentation describing the oral history project. This means this is something that most of the times we are doing things but not documenting things. So when you want to know how the things evolved, you don't have things, evidence. So, and this is very easy to happen in libraries because we are always trying to answer, and we feel a lot of pressure. So we do things, but we don't write how we were doing things. So this is a side or talk, but this is always important to document what you are doing. So the other major challenge has to do with AI. So AI impact on the process of producing interviews and producing oral history knowledge that is relevant for the future of historians. Limited budget. Well, it's always difficult to have resources to put in this type of projects, and resources to keep, you see in the third one and the fourth one, resources to keep conducting interviews is always a key challenge. Limited space to accommodate visitors who wish to study the material. So as Elizabeth was saying, for us this was an exploratory study. Why did we decide to do this? Because we, as you saw, we were in the column that had the countries that wanted to have oral history initiatives and already had some measures of preservation of the institution memory. So before beginning, and in order to convince our board of directors, we decided to go around and see what the others were doing. So we have much more information than the information that we are bringing, because we were focused on those that declared that they had oral history initiatives, and we will think on going to all that documentation and see what more information could be useful. But in fact, for us, and we are very thankful, because with the answers that you provide, even the answers saying we don't have anything, so we were not feeling alone. because we are planning to have, but in fact we don't have. The thing is, this information was very, very important to know how to present the idea to the board of directors in being successful, okay? So thank you so much for your attention, and to all those that participated in the questionnaire. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So thank you so much. This was a very interesting and very fruitful survey. We're definitely going to use it in relation to our IFLAPARL history project. Yes. So now we're going to hear Ms. Caroline Menard from Canada about implementing quality assurance in parliamentary library services, a case study from the Bibliothèque de l'Assemblée nationale du Québec.
Merci beaucoup, Lila. Je me permets quelques mots en français comme j'enlève mon chapeau de présidente de la section pour mettre mon chapeau de chef du service de l'information de la Bibliothèque de l'Assemblée nationale du Québec, qui est donc située dans la province du Québec au Canada. So, good afternoon, everyone. Today I am pleased to share with you our experience in Quebec National Assembly Library implementing quality assurance mechanism at the information service. So quality assurance mechanisms helps ensure that the outputs and results delivered to the clients remain reliable and adaptable, responding effectively to the evolving expectations of users and the broader information ecosystem. This is a project that we've had for the past 2 years at the Bibliothèque de l'Assemblée nationale du Québec, and I hope this sharing of information may inspire similar efforts in your own parliamentary libraries if you're looking to implement quality assurance mechanisms, and that it will offer you maybe some practical insights if you're seeking to systematize quality assurance in ways that are flexible, inclusive, and hopefully forward-looking. So the first thing that I want to do is just give you a general overview of the presentation outline. So I'll start by giving some project background about what we did, what was the context, and then moving on to the 3 different phases of our project. The first one being a reflection phase on quality assurance mechanisms in 2023-2024. The second phase being the launch of the implementation of those mechanisms in 2024-2025. And the next phase will be the completion of those of the implementation of mechanisms in 2025-2026. Of course, as with any project, we've experienced some challenges, but also some successes. So I will also share you some of our learnings. So our project was developed within a structured multi-year action plan that is covering 2023 all the way to 2026. So since 2023, we've had actions in our annual action plans focused on quality assurance. The initial phase in 2023-2024 concentrated on reflection, and this phase entitled the study of existing practices in comparable parliamentary libraries and knowledge institutions. So we examine the institution's internal processes and the engagement of staff in a collective exploration of quality standards. In the 2024-2025 period, we actually transition into the implementation phase. This entailed the introduction of new internal procedures and documentation tools. Now, our project is scheduled to continue into the next year with a focus on peer review mechanisms, consolidating changes, and developing tools to assess long-term impact. So it's important to stress that we didn't start this project because we had a major problem with the quality of our results at the information service, but we did recognize that there was a changing context that prompted us to examine our current practices and try to be proactive about what was coming in the next years. Several factors influenced this decision. We've experimented a steady increase in the number of requests that we receive from parliamentarians and members of political staff. There's, of course, a transformation in the nature and the complexity of these requests. And that means that our responses needs to be more complex. And we've also experienced the arrival of several new team members, which of course we warmly welcomed. So we had to train these people also. We know that we have new technological and research tools that we experiment with. And we also did this project in a context where we are still a bit adapting to a post-pandemic work environment, which is actually a hybrid work environment with people being on site and people working also from their home. So we usually had a great individual quality in the results that we gave, but the challenge was mostly to move from that individual quality of results to a collective quality of results given to ensure that users knew what to expect and that they could rely on a form of standardized formats and research methods. So if we didn't have a specific quality issue, we certainly had many new challenges to address, and we believe that adopting structured quality assurance measures would help us rise effectively to these challenges. So to guide our initiative, we actually set 3 objectives, which are right here. The first one being quite obvious, making sure that we consistently meet our clients' evolving needs. So by this we mean addressing precisely what was requested by the client. So for example, if the client asks for specific information, you provide the information. You don't provide the document in which they will find the information. Verifying and clarifying our understanding of their needs also is quite important. And making sure also that the clients themselves understand what we can offer them. And finally, regularly assessing client satisfaction. The second objective was to ensure consistency in what we provided. So consistency could take several forms. We're talking about consistency in handling incoming requests through clearly defined workflows, consistency at the level of service provided in ensuring fairness and reliability, and consistency, of course, in just the formatting of the outputs that we deliver. Consistency in content, of course, which is perhaps the most challenging given the diversity and the complexity of parliamentary research topics. Our third objective focused on contributing to the team's professional development by sharing knowledge and expertise. What we mean by this is that we think that there is always something new to learn in our field, even if you spend 25 or 30 years in the field. And secondly, perhaps more importantly, the contribution of each team member, in our opinion, is indispensable for collective advancement and excellence. So for us, this initiative allowed us also to share the knowledge of every team member and to contribute to collective intelligence. So starting in 2023-2024, our first phase focused on reflection. So we initiated comprehensive research to analyze best practices among comparable parliamentary libraries and knowledge institutions. We had a questionnaire that was sent to parliamentary and special libraries. Some of you in the room may have answered, and we thank you deeply for answering and providing us with your insights. We also had answers from different parts of the world, provinces and the federal parliament library in Canada, Australia, the territory of Queensland, Victoria, Germany, Wales, Belgium, Sweden, Finland, Ireland, Switzerland, Scotland, the European Parliament, the United Kingdom. So we're very grateful for these insights. In terms of special libraries, we've mostly surveyed some special libraries located in the Quebec province. So we're talking about, for example, Faskin, which is a lawyer's firm. We have the Centre Hospitalier de l'Université de Montréal, which is an hospital library, the Canadian Space Agency, for example. And many institutions also answer saying that while they didn't have quality assurance mechanisms, they were actually interested in knowing what other institutions had. So hence doing a presentation about this topic. And then what we did is that we did an overview of the academic literature on the subject, and to complement the literature and the questionnaire, we've had some meetings also with librarian managers from the rest of Canada to deepen some aspects or some questions that we've had. So based on what we found, we then did some brainstorm sessions with the members of our team to build a shared understanding of quality assurance and set clear, achievable goals for improvement. Based on the data that we collected through the questionnaire and the academic literature, we were able to categorize the quality assurance mechanism that existed in parliamentary libraries in 5 categories. So we then presented to our team those categories, what we'd use in different settings. This was quite important because we have a tendency to think that quality assurance just means reviewing everything that is sent out to clients. And that may be possible if you have a very large institution, but in our case, with a team of 15 people in the information service, it just wasn't possible. So we had to think about other ways to make sure that quality is there. So what we did is we presented it to the team, and then we did a team consultations on what mechanisms should be prioritized. So in terms of the mechanisms that we've categorized, they are right here on the slide. So we have review, of course, peer review of any kind. We have guidelines and procedures. We have training, user feedback, collaboration with colleagues. So once the team was consulted, we were able to build a plan and enter our subsequent phase in 2024-2025, which is moving from reflection to practical implementation. So for each of the 3 objectives that I presented to you at the start of the presentation, we identify key mechanisms drawn from the 5 previous categories to implement in order to meet that objective. So for example, our objective number 1 was to meet the customer's needs. So we decided to make our reference interview stronger by adopting a checklist, a reference interview checklist. So that would allow our team members to gather all the information they needed from users to be able to do their research. And this actually proved to be quite helpful with our new team members who sometimes did not, well, most of the times actually did not come from a parliamentary context, so they did not know for sure if they were asking all the right questions or if they were missing information when they conducted the reference interview. We also implemented a survey to collect clients' feedbacks. So we established a biannual survey towards the political sector. And last but not least, we also conducted focus groups with members from the political sector, both members of parliaments and the political staff located either on the parliamentary hill or in constituency offices. And in 2024-2025, we actually developed a research methodology. We did the rollout of the interviews and then the data analysis. For our second objective, which was to ensure consistency, we opted for the development of a procedures guide for the different types of requests we receive to make sure that we deliver standardized information products. So we looked at some of the examples that the other libraries provided us, which were great, and we set up 4 working groups of people in the team that would focus on 4 types of requests to prioritize in terms of procedures and standardized processes. So we had a team that looked at press reviews, we had a team who looked at information monitoring requests, another team for funding requests, and the last team was looking at requests regarding government investments in constituencies. So each working group was formed by 3 to 4 people from the team, and they met every 2 to 3 weeks to make progress on the development of a standardized procedure that would to answer each type of request, and that procedure would then be presented to the team to make sure that everyone was on board with the process. We also wanted to see if there were major differences in answers and results sent by the team members. So during a 2-month test period, every member of the team would send me every email they sent to a client, and then the analysis and findings from that test period were presented to the team in order to see what we could do for improvement and for standardization. Finally, for our third objective, which was contributing to the team's professional development by sharing knowledge and expertise, we wanted to identify training that would be relevant to help us better answer the requests that we got from clients. So we identified relevant training sessions, of course, again on AI, but also on data and statistics search. They are cross-referencing and new tools for monitoring information. So once they were identified, those training sessions were also delivered in times that were convenient for our team members also. We also wanted to find ways to encourage more systematic collaboration or consulting between colleagues to exchange information, skills, expertise on research and reference work. So what we did is, after a brainstorming session with our team members, we decided to implement or test a weekly 15-minute meeting on Monday morning where we would go over what requests were in for the week and where we would share relevant information or ask questions to colleagues or request help with time-consuming requests, for example. And since these meetings actually became quite appreciated by the team, the pilot project became our new reality. We always love a Gantt chart, don't we? All of these different actions, they were included in a Gantt chart, which you see on the slide, just to make sure basically that nothing overlapped. Because, of course, team members are conducting this project while answering to all their other daily duties. So, of course, it was important for us that they did not feel too overwhelmed with the different mechanisms to implement at the same time. So we really wanted to make sure this project was spread across a sufficient amount of time. Looking ahead to 2025-2026, we anticipate completing the implementation of these mechanisms. So what this means for Objective 1, which is, again, meeting our client needs, we want to implement the recommendations that we got from the data analysis of our focus groups during next year. Regarding the second objective, which is ensuring consistency for our guide of procedures, the working groups will continue to work on the different types of requests that we identified as priorities last year. So we now have press reviews and monitoring requests which have been completed. So we still have funding requests and requests for government investments in constituencies to complete. Then we also want to think about peer review also. So of course, as I mentioned, we cannot have everything being reviewed, but we could have some type of requests that would of course benefit from that type of review. For example, I'm thinking about requests that are concerning law issues or legal research, or requests where you can find anything and you can stop wondering, okay, is it really because there's nothing that exists, or am I not searching the right thing? So having a colleague validate, I think that would be helpful, and it would also help boost probably the confidence of our team members. So of course, this journey hasn't been without challenges. As you can imagine, of course, this whole process is always time consuming. When we drafted the first version of our Gantt chart, we actually expected to go through everything in 1 year, in 2024, 2025. Then I did a reality check and I was like, okay, that's way too short. So let's expand this to 2025, 2026. The other challenge that we have, there is always the question of managing change, and we face, of course, questions at first, uncertainty from certain team members. So it was important to clearly articulate the benefits of quality assurance, not just for the institution, but also for professional individual growth. Another important challenge, as I mentioned before, was moving from individual to collective quality. And of course, we still wanted to keep a balance between personalization and standardization, because we didn't want team members to feel that they lost that special personalized bond that they have sometimes with the clients in favor of a robotic approach. But we've also had successes. So from the moment that the questions were answered and uncertainties were assessed, we actually had broad support and consensus of the team regarding the objectives of the implementation of quality assurance mechanisms. So almost everybody was on board and very dedicated to the process. What is great also is that working groups engage and organize themselves almost just basically by themselves, making sure that the work progress slowly but surely. And we've also experimented, I would say, enhanced collaboration and improved information sharing and increased collective intelligence within the team. So in closing, I think this initiative, our quality assurance initiative, underscores the importance of proactive adaptation in that very rapid evolving landscape that we are facing in today. It demonstrates that systematic, inclusive approaches to quality can enhance parliamentary library services, positioning them strongly for the future. So I thank you very much for your attention. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention.
And now we know why IFLAPARL is organized. So now we're going to hear the presentation of Ms. Ayjan Jakshilikova. Thank you. About strengthening cooperation and innovation through the School of Analytics project within the framework of the development strategy of the Zhokordu Kenesh of the Kyrgyz Republic until 2017. Ms. Ayjan is not going to be able to be here, but she's with us in spirit, and Ms. Valentine is going to present her presentation.
Yep, I can do it. I can do this. I am, dear colleagues, very sorry that our colleague from the Kyrgyz Republic was unable to travel to Astana to participate in person. But I'm very pleased to be able to facilitate her presentation on her behalf. And I hope that she's even maybe online watching the streaming of this conference. If not, she'll find out about it in the recording. So please do understand that I am not able to answer questions, but I do encourage you to contact Ayjan directly at the email that will be at the end of the presentation. And if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to make those and address those to her. You can also converse with her on the IFLAPARL satellite meeting WhatsApp chat, because she's on that. So if maybe real time, that's also a possibility. I think maybe a few words about the Zhokordu Kenesh of the Kyrgyz Republic. The Zhokordu Kenesh is the parliament of the Kyrgyz Republic. It was established in 1990 and constitutionalized in 1994. Since 2007, it is a unicameral parliament, and it currently has 90 members. The Research Center for Parliamentary Development and Democracy was, I believe, established in the 2010s, but perhaps Ayjan can verify that. And the School of Analytics is just in its formative stages. And this presentation outlines the plans for its development. Okay, so there are 3 phases of the School of Analytics development, and they're up there with the years that are planned for their implementation. The key objectives of the School of Lawmaking and Policy Analysis are capacity building of civil servants, the members of parliament, and experts to increase the quality of lawmaking based on the principles of transparency, effectiveness, and sustainability. Advancing the tools for monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of adopted laws to ensure their practical effectiveness. And how relevant is that both Dr. Perlizo and Albina had mentioned how important monitoring and evaluation is to check on the implementation, the effectiveness of the implementation of the laws that are passed. So that's very much a part of their objective. Preparing a methodology for assessing the impact of normative acts and creating a platform for exchanging international experience. The key objectives No, I'm sorry. Okay, I gotta go back. There we go. Okay. The key objectives of the School of Lawmaking and Policy Analysis are listed. I think it's important. I'm running three things here, guys. Okay. Key objectives. There we go. Next thing. Key areas of training. There we go. Okay. I think you can read the key areas of training. I don't need to read them out for you. But I think it's interesting to note that it's really trying to be very comprehensive in how they're approaching the training for this project. So phase 1 is the preparatory stage, and that starts this year. So it's this year, foreseen to be a 2-year period, where they will be building the capacity of the staff for the School of Policy Analysis. So training the trainers, really. They're looking at short-term fellowships for analysts at research institutions in countries with advanced parliamentary research and analytical systems. Gee, are there any of those countries represented in today's audience? Could it be? So I suspect that many of you will be contacted about the possibility for the Jurga to learn from your experience. It's also to develop the library and research infrastructure for this project with the expected outcomes of enhanced professional qualifications and adoption of the best international practices and strengthened international relationships and partnerships for the center. Including policy members. Okay. Okay. So in this preparatory stage, looking at development of research services. So looking at the best practices. Again, perhaps there are some best practices among IFLAPARL members, we hope, that can be drawn. So please think about what you might want to share with our colleagues in the Kyrgyz Republic. Methods and standards, some of the initiatives that we heard at the panel and earlier in the panel today, I think would be very relevant. And training the next generation of analysts. I think Albina also spoke to that, how important it is to have a community of researchers and analysts who can work together and build that capacity. So phase 2 is foreseen to take place in 2027 to 2028. So again, a 2-year period. And that is going to be developing a digital platform. Gee, maybe they could learn something from Korea. A Parliament Analytics Hub with the creation of an online database with case studies and analytical tools, personal accounts for the participants and the alumni of the School of Policy Analysis, with the expected outcomes to have a centralized access to analytical data and acceleration of briefing and preparation. Core phases. Okay, we're in sync now. So hosting, they're also planning to host an analytical conference, the Parliamentary Analytics Forum. That would be 27 or 20 to 2028. My guess is it would be more on 2028. So maybe you should put the Kyrgyz Republic on your travel schedules for 2028. It's next door to Kazakhstan, beautiful in the mountains across the lakes of southern Kazakhstan. I highly recommend it. The purpose of that conference will be to gather analysts and members of parliament, experts and representatives of civil society, presenting outstanding analytical works, exchange of best practices with the expected outcomes of enhancement of the prestige of the parliamentary analyst profession. Couldn't we all deal with a little bit of raising of our prestige, and development of key policy recommendations for the parliament? Phase 3 is foreseen from 2029 onward. Now, the Kyrgyz Republic was one of the first newly independent states of the former Soviet Union to initiate decentralization, and this has been going on since the 2000s. So decentralization, adaptation, and launch of 2 pilot and analyst training programs of the local councils, of the local Kanesh level. So it's very interesting. I think maybe Canadian experience would be very relevant in terms of how Australia, I think, also would be good. How those principles could also be shared with other councils at the decentralized level, with expected outcomes of establishing the system for analytical activities with local Kaneshas and training of 40 more analysts selected from among those program participants. The expansion and development will also further this digital platform with implementation of various applied research projects, the organization of an annual conference, the identification and adaptation of the integration of best international practices, collaboration with library and researchers from other countries. Sounds like IFLAPARL to me. So I really hope that next year, perhaps Aijan will be able to plan her visit to Busan and join us and bring us up to date on how what progress they're making on this project, and speak with many of our colleagues like you are here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ellie, for this very lively representation. Okay, thank you very much. We were supposed to finish now, but I think we can have 5-10 minutes for questions, if there are any. And I'm supposed also to do the wrap-up of the day, but yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I have a quick question for the gentleman from Korea. Just want to find out in your work as parliamentary research, to what extent would you say that the evidence you have produced influence policy in your parliament? To what extent would you say that your work actually shape policy or is easily taken up? I asked that in the setting that we have where politicians are bent on implementing their policies in their party manifestos. If you are coming up with an independent evidence, I mean, what is the uptake like? Is it very receptive? Are your members receptive? And does it actually influence the policy that is taken? Secondly, my other question is to do with oversight of parliamentary committees over the executive. I want to know, apart from the people that you produce, do you have any other independent means of supporting your parliamentary select committees to do effective oversight over their executive or the ministries over which they exercise oversight? Do you have any means of verifying the information that those executive institutions produce through your committees for oversight? What is the role that your research department or NARS, as the case may be, are able to influence the committees? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. So may I verify your question again? So you asked about how does the evidence that we collect can influence the policy making or lawmaking, first of all, and second, do we have the verifying ability for the evidence? So I will answer each of your questions. First of all, yeah, like I said before, we make up the legislative request response, and also we also write for papers. And if we give those papers to the MPs, they make up the law, they draft the law with the help of the legislative researchers in committee. There are about 19 committees in National Assembly of Korea, and they also make up the paper, and also they draft the law. And then when they make up the materials for discussing whether to make law or not, then that's the way how the evidence that we have found out they are combined in the overall paper and overall draft of the law. Yeah. And for the second question, yeah, we have around multiple chances and multiple phases to check out whether this evidence is correct or not. First of all, we check by our internal organization. We check the evidence is checked by the director, general director, and the chief. And second, when we write the papers, it's all open to the public. And then when the public is opened, the press and also professors, they criticize us severely about our papers. And that's what, and also the criticism also can be gotten from the MPs and also from the ministries itself, and also from citizens. And we have, like this phase, we have many other multiple phases to check out whether the evidence is correct or not. So is my answer be direct to your question?
Do we maybe have any other questions? Or we can continue the discussion over dinner, which is going to be in about an hour from now. So thank you all for being here for this first day of our IFLAPARL satellite meeting. We had two wonderful welcome addresses from the Vice Provost of the University and from the Division B Chair, Ms. Vivian Lewis. And we had two wonderful and very meaningful and very rich keynote addresses by Ms. Albina Torbayeva and Mr. Ricardo Perlizzo, from professor in this very university. We hope you enjoyed it. We hope you made your connections and you expanded your network, which will continue to be expanded. Now, we are going to have, please, you can scan this for whoever amongst us doesn't have the information for the dinner, which is going to be in about an hour and a half from now in the Mega Silk Way Mall, which is next to the Hilton, which is next to the Congress Center. So it is actually very close to here, but mind you that there are constructions during the route from here to the Mega Silk Way, and you might have to walk a little bit further if you're going on foot. For tomorrow, we're going to have, again, registration and accreditation. In the morning, we're going to have our very first IFLAPARL AI workshop. What a surprise, what a shock. Then we're going to have our open standing committee business meeting, as we have every year in our IFLAPARL conferences, and our standing committee members who weren't able, unfortunately, to be with us will connect with us through Zoom. And in the afternoon, we're going to have a skills building session workshop It's going to be like a roundtable discussion. We hope you will all join us after 3 short presentations. Okay, so please Candice, and thank you very much for being here with us today.
So we have a photograph of the venue so that you can recognize it. It's called Food Park, which sounds a little bit crazy, but it's very nice. And we've tried the meals there at least 3 times already. And we're going to be on the part of the food park that's along the windows. So you'll be able to look out sort of it's at the very end where the Congress Hall is. You might go through the children's amusement park. There's a lovely carousel. There are, if you go in that entrance, there are those 2, do you have the clicker? There we go. There are 2 escalators that go right up to the food park venue here. But the easier way is to go up the escalators that are at the end of the Mega Silk, and then just cross over and you'll see the food park sign. So hopefully that's clear. And then the QR code is also up here if you didn't get it off the projection. Okay. All right. So we'll see you in about
an hour. What Ellie is trying to say is that you can play before coming to dinner.
But not too long.
Not too long, yes, please.
Yeah, so dinner will be served at 18:30, okay? Okay, so please be there by 18:30.
Moment for the one last photo.
Yeah. Yes.
Moment just for the one last photo if somebody wants.
You can have enough family photo if people want to come up.
We can have another.
So if everyone wants to come on the stage for just 2 minutes, we'll take a second family photo because there are never enough photos at an IFLAPARL satellite meeting. So you are welcome to jump on the stage and we'll have a quick photo. Thank you.